Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the new episode of the Inferno. It's been a little while since we've done one of these. How are we doing today? Hello, Liam. Hi, Squeakers. Hello, Walrus. Christmas is only 2 days away. Woohoo! For those of you that celebrate. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Hanukkah also, like one of the first days of Hanukkah also falls on Christmas this year by complete coincidence. So happy Hanukkah as well. All right. So, for those of you that haven't been coming to my gaming chats or gaming streams, you'll see a little bar at the bottom of the screen that says Ko-Fi Cringe Miss Carol. Okay, yeah, Hanukkah does start on Christmas first night. Nice. Okay. That's always a fun coincidence. So what this is that my lovely viewers voted on a Christmas carol for me to sing, which is Santa Baby. I don't know if I'd call it a carol. Interesting that we're interesting that that comes up on an episode about genre. Anyway, so if you as a collective audience reach the Ko-Fi goal of 500 doubloons, I will sing Santa Baby live on stream. You chose this. You chose this, and we're over halfway there. Just another 174 to go, and then I will perform it like you, like the dancing monkey that I am. All right, if you have not been here for an episode of the Inferno before, how it basically goes is that I present an idea, a topic. I present my views on said topic, and then after I'm done my presentation, I open the floor to callers. Now, if you go into the description of this video, you will find a link to my Discord. And when it is time to accept callers, I will open a stage that you can hop into and raise your little hand if you have something to say. And I will welcome you on the stage and we can talk. And I will be taking on one caller at a time unless someone specifically requests to be like in a conversation with another person. It is mostly first come, first serve, but there is a subscriber tier on my Patreon that allows a priority queue. I haven't been super good about paying attention to that because I'm going to be honest with you guys, I made my Patreon and the tiers so long before anybody started supporting them that somebody messaged me about like, hey, like, why aren't Patreons being included in the credits of your videos? And I was like, I forgot that that was a thing, to be honest. Now all patrons that are on that tier are now in the credits of my streams and will be on the edited videos as well. And I will be doing better about the things like priority queue in the Inferno and other Patreon tiers like that. So if that interests you, if you are interested in checking out what those membership tiers are, my Patreon is also linked below. But like patron super chats, they don't count towards the Ko-Fi goal because it's so complicated to kind of like actually judge how much I'm getting because like YouTube and Patreon both take their cuts. And you can like cancel patron subscriptions at any time. It's just too complicated. So it's only one-time donations that count to the Cringe Miss Carol goal. All right, now that that's out of the way, let's talk about genre. Hello, Dark Matter. I know that you're going to have a lot of things to say to this, and I hope you call in. So I will say that later on, I'm going to have a guest that I asked to come specifically. Is a friend of mine that wrote a paper on genre, but as it pertains to music. But I still think it's relevant, and one of the things I'm going to be talking about in the intro is related to that. I would have had him on during the intro piece, but he is unfortunately working... Get out of here, Microsoft Edge. What a fucking cockblock. Anyway, he will be coming on later rather than earlier just because he's a little bit tied up at work, but I'm hoping that like by the time he's off, the stream will still be going and he can kind of talk about his paper a little bit more. His paper is called... let me pull it out because I was looking at it, but I always reset my computer before a stream, so it's gone. Let's keep it open in this window. Okay. It's called, the paper that I will be referencing for part of this is called Prestige and Profit, Systems of Production, the Lineage of Influence, and the Tension at the Heart of Music Classification. It's specifically related to music classification and genre. But I think we've spoken about this at length, at how it kind of pertains to all forms of artistic expression. So I asked him to come on to talk about that, and he will be on in a couple hours. So I should still be taking callers at that point. All right. Let me just pull up my notes and we will get started. This will be a very talk-heavy one rather than coming up with specific images, but we might look at a few pictures. All right. So I think if we're going to start to define terms, we need to talk about what genre isn't. Now, one of the main things that the paper I mentioned talks about is actually systems of production, or as coined by Philip Tagg in 1982, genera. And the three main genera are art, folk, and pop. And they have very specific definitions, and they have very specific qualities to them. So, art and folk were kind of something that has existed in antiquity, but pop is something that's come up very recently, only within the last century or so. And that's simply because of the way that we are connected to the general world. Also, hold on, can opening ASMR. Oh, it's a juicy fresca there. So, what is the difference between art, folk, and pop? So art music is made by an artist, by a professional, being paid for by a patron. So perhaps a noble will hire an artist and pay them to create art or music, in the case of what Philip Tagg was talking about. But again, I think it can kind of be associated with any form of expression. It's created for the prestige of the patron. So the patron is like, I like your art. I want you to make art for me that will be associated with me. And I am giving you money for that. You could also think of this as commissioned pieces. So I take commissions occasionally myself. Also, any artist can create art in any of the three, I think. I can create art music, I can create folk music, or I can create art, I can create folk art, I can create pop art. But anyway, arts in the technical term is created for the prestige of the person that's creating it, or the person that is a patron to the person creating it. Though I suppose that the artist can also benefit from that in a lot of ways. Folk is normally made by amateurs. It's not created to benefit someone in a monetary or material sense, but it's kind of made to feed the soul of you and the community around you. You're not I suppose you could say fan art is a type of folk art. It's usually created by amateurs that are professionals in things other than art, just made to be enjoyed by people. It's not made for profit. It's not made for prestige. It's just because I like this thing. I want to make this thing. And I'm just going to make it for the sake of making it, whereas like art is made for the sake of prestige and recognition. Pop is quite recent because we just simply did not have the capacity as a society to create pop art until we were more connected on like a human wide scale. Pop is created by usually professional artists. Um, and they get paid by the masses, and the art is made to appeal by the masses, and it's, you know, made for financial gain, for consumption, to appeal to a crowd. That can be like pop art can be made to to um, appeal to a small community like a town or a village. It can be made to appeal to the world. It can be made to appeal to specific communities like the gay community, the black community, the Jewish community. Um, so it's just made for a large group to appeal to said group, and it's sold to said group. And there's that sort of exchange of finances and stuff. Now, things that are traditionally considered folk art, that is associated with folk art, can go on to read pop culture, can go on to achieve pop culture appeal. Like grunge is a great example in terms of music that started as like a folk style genre of music, but it grew mass appeal and has become a pop music genre. For the most part, like there's still like grunge bands that just exist and they're just making art for themselves, not for prestige, not for profit. Um, oh no, the Christmas sweater. Hold on, I don't know why it keeps on swapping me back. It didn't do this for it did not do that for the Halloween stuff. Maybe as a demon, I'm allergic to Christmas, and the sweater, this ugly Christmas sweater, is like being rejected by my body. So yes, this is genera, and the actual stylings, the lineage of influence, the social function, they can vary widely. There can be a lot of overlap. Um, like you can have one music that is piece of music or like movie or piece of art that is produced, and it can be made as art or folk and pop, and it can sound the same across the genre. But it is reliant on the whole system of production. I will say that this is also, from what I gleaned of the paper, this is also a very like Marxist analysis of genre. Uh, so keep that in mind. If you're not into that, I'm sorry. But yeah, that is genre slash systems of production, as coined by Philip Tagg in 1982. The hold on, I can actually even give the paper because I think that paper is publicly available. I'm not sure if the paper that I read is publicly available. Maybe we can ask my guest when he comes on. But the paper is called Analyzing Popular Music by Philip Tagg. Um, you were thinking it sounded that way, Liam? Yeah, sorry, the Marxism just kind of creeps in. All right. So, art, folk, pop, not really genre. Sometimes we associate certain looks or sounds or vibes with those three things, but they're not really genre. In forms of the taxonomic function of it. What else isn't really genre? Medium. So like a novel, 3D, pixel slash retro, pulp fiction, these are mediums, not genre. They are the ways, the materials in which we express ourselves. And it really doesn't, it can play off the subject matter in interesting ways, and that can be an artistic choice, but it does not necessarily dictate the genre of the story or the piece of art or the music that we are necessarily creating. Okay. So, what about audience? Audience is also not genre. And I feel like the two biggest contenders, or the two biggest, not contenders, the two biggest, like, guilty parties of this one, the ones that constantly get called genre but are not in fact genre, are surprisingly, they're very, very similar. That is YA, young adult, and shonen, which is like understood to be anime or manga aimed at young men, primarily, but they also have a female following. So shonen and shoujo, I suppose, are interchangeable. But it's interesting that, like, in both instances, these quote unquote, like, false genres that we associate are both aimed at young people and teenagers. I think that's one of the biggest, like, I can't even think of the word right now, but like, you know, they falsely get called genre all the time, and it's like, well, it's not really genre. Like, something can be aimed at a young man or a young woman or a young person, and, like, very widely from the very book next on the shelf, it can be completely different, and they can resemble each other in no way at all, and still be placed in the same area in a library. Okay. So what else isn't genre? Social function. And you're like, well, what the hell does that even mean? And it's kind of the way in which we consume the piece. So that can be like a chamber opera. Is a social function. Like, it's an opera written to be listened to and watched and enjoyed in somebody's living room rather than on a stage. But you can present what was written to be a chamber opera. It can be the same story, the same tropes, the same themes. You can present that on stage, and vice versa. Like a one-man show, you could kind of call it a social function. Propaganda, Saturday morning cartoons. It's less about what's in the content or what it is, and more what it does and how it's presented. And you can present the same story in multiple different ways. You can present a story as propaganda. You can present you can present something like on the weekends to entertain children before their parents wake up. You can present it on a small stage, and it will be the same story, the same themes, the same characters, the same dialogue. It's just you're consuming it in different contexts. And the intention of whatever is being created can be different from how it ends up being presented, and, like, that can be something that's really interesting in my opinion. And I love when you see, like, a stage play and you can tell it's like, this was made to be made in somebody's living room, or you see, like, a small production and you're just like, this was made to be on a big stage, and I could tell how it was made to do that and what compromises had to be made to get it on this smaller sort of scale. So social function is an interesting way to analyze creative works. All right, so we have talked a lot about what genre isn't. So I think it's time that we talk about what genre is. You'll notice that I have, like, this little word cloud that I totally made myself, and I didn't steal from a WordPress blog. just by searching up what is genre. Now, I grabbed this off of WordPress, so it's just like a little word cloud of different genre and things that make me classed as genre and isn't. But I would say that genre, as a function, exists to set expectations of an audience, of what is contained within your piece of art. It is not to nitpick and sort things into boxes. You don't have to be like, well, technically, because this story does this, it's this. Or technically, because this piece of art does this, it's that. Like, if you presented a piece of work and like, well, technically, this is a sci-fi, but it was actually a fantasy the whole time, but the twist at the end was like, actually, this is all a computer simulation. I would fucking kill you with a hammer if you did that to me. It's an interesting twist, but subversions and deconstructions are still the genre they're examining. So if you like create a fantasy work and you go into it and you're like, I recognize this as fantasy right away, but at the very end there's a twist, it was all simulation. It's not that it's no longer a fantasy, it's just that it's a deconstruction or a subversion of the fantasy as a twist. It's just a plot element. It's not necessarily changing the genre. I think most sci-fi fans, if you presented that in front of them, and it was like, yeah, this is a sci-fi, they would not appreciate that. This reminds me of the whole is Lovecraft sci-fi debate. Well, I don't know, if you told someone who liked sci-fi, it's like, hey, if you like sci-fi, you'll like Lovecraft. How ridiculous would you feel? Genre is just a term we use to communicate expectations in marketing. That's really, at the end of the day, all it is. But I also want to say something fascinating about genre is that it behaves sort of like biological evolution. Stay with me for a second. So, you might have heard of the term, there's nothing new under the sun. And today, you know what, I am going to present some little fucking pictures. And you guys are going to freaking love it. Excuse me. Sorry, it's the fresco. Dead air, dead air, dead air. Speaking of just stuff that we watch, as I'm waiting for my little Photoshop to load, I saw Wicked and Sonic 3 on the same nights on Friday. I've never done that before, where I go and I watch more than one movie at once. And it was very interesting. Also, they were both kind of slapped. I will be honest with you, I didn't want to like Wicked. I'm a fan of the book, and I don't particularly like the musical. I have a lot of problems with it. And while I still had similar complaints about the movie. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting problem to have, an interesting thing to have happen. The nib of my stylus is gone. Uh-oh. It's just not in. Dude, do I have to, like, use a mouse? Like a pleb? I have no idea where it could have gone and when I lost it. But the nib of my stylus is gone, guys. I guess after the stream I'm ordering new nibs for my stylus. Press F for nib, you guys. That's okay. I will make do with mouse. All right. Let's freaking go. Let me hide this guy. Okay. So yeah, that's not good. I can't draw until I get a new nib. And I have no idea where my spare nibs were because I've moved like 3 or 4 times since I bought this tablet, so well, those are long gone. I'll just order replacements and I should be back and ready to go early next week. Alrighty then. So, this is what happens when you nibble on the pen. I actually have never been like a pen or pencil nibbler. Not the Zelda font. Let's get that Star Trek font. That's my. By the way, if you never knew this, the font that I use and everything is a Star Trek font, like the old one, I believe, from the '60s. All right, so fiction is a genre, and fiction has a subgenre. That's way too thick, girl. Has a subgenre of fantasy. Well, and then fantasy evolves into Totodile. No, evolves into dark fantasy. Actually, let's scoot you over. But it also and so, oh, and you're not gonna like this, by the way. You're not gonna like this very much, but I'm gonna do it, and you're gonna be really mad at me. But you're just gonna have to deal with it. And I don't care if you're mad at me. I feel like I should not have done my lines like this, but it's okay if it's a little bit messy. Are you guys mad at me? You guys mad at me yet? Are you furious yet? Am I saying saying sci-fi is the same, is a type of fantasy? Yes, I fucking am, and you're gonna have to fucking deal with it. But also, when you get into these subgenres, you can get things like grimdark. I'll even also do this. Hold on. Where's my little freaking line? Gwen didn't like that one. Early sci-fi had a lot of influence from the adventure genre. Ooh, that's another thing that I want to talk about. Because what can happen you can get things like horror. Actually, I want to put that here. Let's put that up here. And less than do that. And what you can do, what can often happen Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this middle part because I don't like the line style. Boop. Where you can get these interesting ways in which these genres interact and breed with each other. All right. You fed my nip to the mouse. Grimdark is so fun. Like, this is my Blorbo. He is perfect bean. Blorbo responsible for setting fire to 7 hospitals and is a prolific baby eater. I mean, I would argue that, like, Warcraft is Grimdark. Or, Warcraft? No. Warhammer. Not Warcraft. I'm so sorry to my Warhammer autists. Warhammer is Grimdark, I would say. Oh, also I left I made I made sci-fi estranged from its parent. Hold on. My bad, you guys. I didn't mean to make fantasy a deadbeat dad. Okay, there we go. Um so you might kind of see what I'm starting to kind of get at here. Is that unlike what we spoke of before, uh genre kind of like breeds new genres, and it like plays off of previous established genres to create more. Um, and I don't think you can often like always concretely stack one work into just neatly into one box. Like again, I don't think it functions that way. I think genre sets expectations, and you need those prior expectations to establish a genre. Fantasy is a prolific dad, let's put it that way. Here's how I'm going to put it: fantasy is a dirty, dirty slut who has abandoned many of his children, including sci-fi. But yeah, I will probably die on the hill that sci-fi is actually a type of fantasy rather than like an either or. Something interesting as well, and like starting to be a nasty little evolutionist, like a trigger warning, young Earth creationists and like people that are anti-evolution. But something interesting that happens in I'm so sorry that happens in evolution is that if you evolved from something, you are still that thing. Like humans are like we're mammals. We are monkeys. We're catarrhine monkeys. We're apes. We're primates. We are all of those things, and we are also very specific. We are Homo sapiens, and we are very specifically humans. Homo sapien sapien, and I think genre also works in that way. So, urban fantasy, you've been abandoned. You're a bastard. I'm sorry. My little line there. But, like, that's kind of par for the course with urban fantasy. So, like, sci-fi, urban fantasy, sword and sandal, dark fantasy, grim dark, those are all fantasy, works of fantasy. All fairy tales are works of fiction. Um, Horror's an interesting one because I would say you have like a sort of like convergent evolution with nonfiction, because there can be nonfiction that is presented in a horrifying way, but I wouldn't say it's the same thing as fiction, like horror fiction as we understand it. Kind of like you can have, uh, kind of like how you can have, um, carcinization, which is like different animals that like function in a way where they're living on the bottom of the ocean, they're picking up like they're scavenging for food, and they're trying to protect themselves from prey, because that pressure is on them to evolve. They'll all kind of start to resemble crabs. And the mammalian equivalent is like a lot of mammals that fulfill a specific function in an ecosystem. They'll all kind of look like weasels or evolve to resemble weasels because that's what fits that niche. So, like, nonfiction, and that is kind of like true crime that is meant to, like, scare and titillate. Horror fiction is also meant to scare and titillate, but they come from a different trees. They fulfill similar functions, but I would say that they're very definitively different genres, and they have very little in common. Yes, so just like the evolution of life, genres of fiction go through temporal changes as well to reflect contemporary sensibilities. Exactly. Would tropes be the metaphorical viruses in the genre evolution tree? That's interesting. I think tropes are part of what make up a genre. I think it's one of the markers that help define a genre, the speciation of genre. But I think that they can show up across different genres, and like they're more typical in other genres than they are in some. Um, yeah, and they can kind of be related. Like you'll probably see similar tropes in urban fantasy that you do in sci-fi, for example, because they're closely related. Um, Phenotypes. Yes, exactly. This is an interesting metaphor that I am loving. I am loving that I decided to go with this. But you do have interesting exceptions to the rules. Like, not, I would say that Grimdark is an interesting example because even though it's descended from fantasy, I would say that there are cases where there are some Grimdark that aren't fantasy. Oddly enough, I don't think I've encountered any. Um, but I'm sure that I'm sure you could do it. You see, Timmy, when a trope mom and trope dad love each other very much. Oh, something I also wanted to mention. I think I already brought it up. No, I didn't. I didn't bring it up. But we can bring it up now. Another thing that I'd like to bring up that's not really genre is lineage of influence. So this is like your westerns. It could be your Euro, modern, contemporary. They're talking more about the external forces that are influencing the work rather than the internal ones, like within the art itself. Um, and that's kind of related to those systems of production and genre that I was mentioning before. Looks like the Habsburg family tree diagram. Get out of here, Liam. uh, these are more species, I would say. They're more akin to species than they are individuals. I think individuals would be specific works, you know, and something that is like directly influenced or in response to a work. I suppose, could be thought of as that work's child. This metaphor is getting away from me a little bit. uh, but anyway, that is kind of that's kind of what I really wanted to establish for this conversation. That's my a little presentation. Does anybody have any questions before I open the mic for other people? I'll probably take a short break first before I take calls. Like Habsburg, so that's what they meant when they said I looked like a prince. Stop. uh, yes, we can see it in early fiction where the genres were much less defined. Yes. Because, like, what's the difference between, like, a fairy tale and a fable? Um, they're kind of blobby and inconsistent. Uh, what's Swords and Sandal? It's a kind of fantasy. Let's see if I can think of any. They were like very popular in the early 1900s. Uh, Like, it's the whole, ooh, the barbarians, and ooh, that sort of thing. Let me see if I can bring... Yeah, this guy. It's a very... You'll know it when you see it. Like, setting is usually, like, Rome or something, and... Like, this is sword and sandal stuff. Yes. Hello, Raccoon. Dark matter. What would you say is the difference between an XY genre work and an X genre with Y elements? So, like, a fantasy with Y, with, like, horror elements versus, like, a dark fantasy. Which is kind of a blend between fantasy and horror. That one's troubling. I think it depends on the work. And it's kind of how, like, I suppose a lot of it is, like, the quantity. Like, I sometimes argue that, like, a lot of Zelda games are dark fantasies. But I've heard other people say that it's a fantasy with some horror elements. And I would say that it kind of depends on the overall presence of those elements within that story. My argument for Zelda being a dark fantasy is that it's very fixated on death and rebirth and never-ending cycles and pain. And a lot of it is pretty goddamn scary, especially when you're younger. The Shadow Temple scared me so much as a kid. Yeah. I would... Okay, you know what? Mario is a great, like, counterpoint to that. I don't think you can call Mario a dark fantasy. I would say that it's a fantasy. Like, you're wandering around in, like, a world full of, like, strange creatures getting power-ups. And, yeah, there are monsters. Like, there's a scary monster at the end, but that's pretty typical for fantasy. But there is ghosts, and there's ghost houses. And that's something I think with a dark fantasy or horror element to it when you go into those ghost houses. But once you leave the confines of that ghost house, you're back to normal. There is no overarching theme of death. Whereas in Zelda, the Shadow Temple, the influences of death, and the Sheikah tribe, and the bloody history of Hyrule is, like, concrete to the story. Like, in every entry of The Legend of Zelda, you're living in a world that is sparsely populated, and you've already lost, you know? And it's very fixated on that. Like, something awful has happened in this place. Like, something evil pervades and has taken over and infested the land, irreparably damaging it and tainting it. And even after you win, that tainted ground, that soiled, ruined part of the land of the hero, it doesn't necessarily go away. There is no... And then, you know, like, he felt like Link was not unaffected by his adventures and what happens to him on those journeys. He's forever changed by it, and it's not always in a good way. Even if that influence is very subtle and it's very light, like, I do think that Zelda is, like, baby's first dark fantasy. It doesn't mean that it isn't dark fantasy. Folding Ideas, I think, did a video of, like, it called Every Zelda is the Darkest Zelda. Um, and I think it's because Zelda is often a person, like gamers' first purview, first glimpse into dark fantasy. So it feels very dark to them. And then they go on to play things like Warhammer, or like they read like a dark fantasy book. They see Lord of the Rings, not Lord of the Rings. I don't know if I would classify Lord of the Rings as dark fantasy. I think it has certain elements, and I think it was kind of your proto dark fantasy. I think that a lot of people took elements from Lord of the Rings and they made the dark fantasy genre from it. I'm not sure if I'd call it dark fantasy though. That one's a little bit hard to classify, I think, because it was so early on in the life cycle of fantasy. But anyway, yeah. Also, Anthony Grimulia's audience has rated us. Welcome, welcome. But yeah. Wind Waker is actually really dark, considering that you're living on the ocean, on islands that are the leftovers of, an entire nation that was drowned under the sea. That's fucking dark. I like the presentation of genre as an evolutionary with selective pressures applied. Selective pressures will be applied to fiction regardless, but you can be aware of it and use it as a tool. Boink off rope when it's only gay if you're a bottom. No, that's Greece. That's Greece. Rome didn't like the gays. Who else wants a Zelda game that plays like Tears of the Kingdom but has the art style of Souls? That would be fun. Even Tears of the Kingdom is like that with the underworld. It's not only that, but Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, you lost. You lost. You died. Thank you for the subscription, Madman77. Hello, Antstream. Welcome, welcome. We are just getting started with the call-in section. Wow, guys, thanks for the subscription, and thank you, Ant, for rating. Okay. So yeah, we've been going for about an hour. I think it's time to open up calls. Like I said, if you're interested in talking to me about this, you can go down into the description, join my Discord. I will be opening up a stage. And I will be taking people one at a time unless you specifically request, hey, I want this person in here with me so we can talk to you together. Yes, Latte. Every Zelda game is the world is fucked and you are a nobody. Go fix it. Also, get traumatized, idiot. Poor Link. Alright. Oh, poor... I asked Ant earlier if he was gonna call in, and he needs to relax his little throat. Insert joke here. I respect Anthony too much to make it. In public anyway, I'll probably tease him about it later. So yeah, let me see here. Let's start that stage. Oh, I could see people are already waiting with bated breath. Okay, let me put my little Streamlabs window. Oh no. Help, girl, help. Where did it go? Where's my captures window? Oopsie poopsie. What is the thing on the bottom of the screen? I'm so glad you asked, Adrian. So, as I said at the beginning, the thing on the bottom of the screen Oh, Ants did come into the audience. The thing on the bottom of the screen is a little donation goal for December, where my audience voted on a Christmas carol for me to sing, which is Santa Baby by Eartha Kitt. No, I'm not singing Santa Buddy. I don't think you should sing Santa Baby or any cover of Santa Baby unless unless you're willing to admit that there's sexual tension there. Um, you need to at least pretend you want to fuck Santa to sing Santa Baby. And I think if you don't, you're a coward. So yeah, we're over halfway there. Dark Matter, I look forward to you joining. I always love when you talk. Let me see here. My first guest is our raider. So I'm going to bring Anthony into the call to talk first. Sorry, Raccoon. Anthony got there first. Gotta be faster than that. All right.
Hello there. Am I audible? I'm not sure if I can
You
hear
are.
Glorious. Glorious.
For some reason, hold on a second.
Okay, no problem.
I believe my... Okay, cool. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Oh, I could hear you. It was just you were playing out of my TV and I didn't want there to be an echo.
Oh, that's actually a fair point, actually. Never mind. That's good. All right, cool. I figured since I'm reading you, I might as well read your voice chat now.
So can you introduce yourself a little bit and tell me what you want to talk about with genre?
Yes. Hello. My name is Anthony. I am a YouTuber and writer. I've done a few things here and there. I just finished watching someone talk about genre for 3 hours, and I hated my life after having done that. So now I feel like talking about actual media and discussing the genres of fantasy and science fiction in a way that's clever and insightful.
Did you actually see the little thing I made?
I saw a bit of it. Can you bring it up again so I can take a look at that?
I will send it in the chats as well,
Glorious.
So that you can examine it further. And I will also do a little. Oh, I'm gonna have to save it, aren't I? No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna share my tablet screen again.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you for the super chat, Paige. Santa Baby is literally, hear me out, Santa Claus.
That's fair. That's fair. Some
You're
more than
absolutely.
Others,
Yeah. Well, that's my argument. If you don't sing like you if you wanna fuck Santa Claus, you shouldn't be singing that. You shouldn't be singing that song. You're a coward.
You really have to be horny for Santa Claus.
Okay, so my argument was actually that sci-fi is a type of fantasy.
See, I don't agree with that. If you look at the corner of what's the origin point for science fiction, I would say one of the big cornerstones would be Frankenstein.
Mm-hmm.
Would be Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, which itself predates a lot of the fantasy that we know today as fantasy.
Yeah.
That being said, though, they both developed separately. But you look at something like, say, War of the Worlds. You look at H.G. Wells's stuff. You look at Jules Verne's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You look at 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That origin point for science fiction, is very different from the origin points of fantasy. Because fantasy, I think you get more of the derivative from mythology and folklore. Like you pointed out, fairy tales, folklore. But you look at like the trajectory of, like, say, War of the Worlds, of John Carter of Mars, for example. Mm-hmm. You look at that and you go, okay, this is a separate trajectory from the core tenets that led to stuff like, say, they are very similar to the same stories that led then to the adventures of, like, say, Conan the Barbarian. Or, after that, you look at stuff like, say, C.S. Lewis, Tolkien. I think they're very different beasts, but
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like a parallel structure as opposed to one led to the other necessarily. Because
why do you think there's so much overlap and why they're confused so often with one another?
Well, because people
people often say, like, Star Wars is sci-fi, but I would argue that Star Wars is more clearly influenced from fantasy than it is um,
Hmm.
like I think that it doesn't have a lot in common with works such as Star Trek, for example, and they're often
Agreed.
compared with one another, but I think they're completely different genres.
Hmm. Well, you look at it this way. I think Star Wars is more in common with John Carter. Their
Hmm.
planetary romances, their
Hmm.
stories about going to another world and having these fantastic experiences. Uh, they're more similar to books like that. The Guildsman. It's the Guildsman. I think that's the exact name of it. What's it called? It's E. E. Smith's. I think E. E. Smith's. Yeah, it's E. E. Smith's. What was his book? Lensman, the Lensman series. Yeah, more like that. Um, but again, I think they're similar because they both come from a common desire that the world itself needs to be different from what you wish it to be. Science fiction pulls in, or rather, the world may be different, or a way to express different elements of the world through the fantastical.
Hmm.
Science fiction goes through progress. Fantasy goes through folklore, but
Hmm.
they both come to the same ultimate result. That being that the world can be different if certain things are different about it, and how that world might be shifted in some way or the other. Horror, the speculative fiction genre, horror falls into this too as well. It's just the different components of the same core ideas. Um, but that being said, too, from looking at it from that perspective, something like say, your Frank L. Baum's Wizard of Oz series is very different than say Asimov's Foundation series.
Hmm.
Though they are both addressing the same core idea. How could the world be different, and how can we see a reflection of reality through that potentially?
Also, I sent you a paper that a friend of mine wrote um,
Hmm.
for his finals last year.
Hmm.
And it's to do with music, and I spoke about it a little bit on the show earlier.
Hmm.
But it introduces the concept of genre, and it's based on a paper by not just this paper, but it takes a lot of like inspiration from a man named Philip Tagg who wrote a paper in the 90s, 1992, I think it was written, where he kind of he kind of defines like pop versus art versus
Mm.
folk. And that's something that I found very interesting because they fulfill different functions, their systems of production. And I think that also influences this in an interesting way. So, like, art is made when we think of like art music, because this was written with the lens of music, of course, because
Of course, yeah.
my friend is taking musicology. Art music is created by professional artists at the being supported by patrons, right?
Hmm.
So and for the pursuit of prestige.
Hmm.
Folk is often made by amateurs that are supported in means other than the creation of their own music for the enjoyment of the self and the small and like maybe friends and family and like the small community around them. And pop, which only kind of began proliferating in the last century or so, is
Mm.
created by artists, often like sold by technologists for the appeal of the masses. Um, so I
Hmm.
think that's also an interesting that influences these things in interesting ways, especially when you talk about the influence of fairy tale to fantasy,
Mm.
sci-fi, and like adventure, and like how those systems of production influence. And this is obviously like a Marxist read on genre as well.
Of course.
But yeah, I'd be curious. I'd be curious how you kind of
Well, I think
stack that into your analysis as well, because I really enjoyed this paper, and like when you get a chance you should read it because it's very interesting.
well, I think it's. I was scrolling through it too a little bit now, and I think that's interesting too because I'm seeing like a cross pollination
Yep.
focus in this essay, with the idea that
Yes.
the different elements of music cross pollinate and both influence the other element, and undeniably, science fiction and fantasy and horror influence all of each other.
Exactly.
Like you look at like Star Wars, for example, it's a great cross pollination right there. You got the components of science fiction. You got the world building, the spacecraft, being in space, but you also got the idea of fantasy, the wizards, the sword play, the return to the traditional folklore. Those component, the hero's journey being a key element of why Star Wars is so embodying of these older ideas and folklore. You look at all of that and you look at it and see these are obviously intertwined. That's why I think it's parallel structure, because the two feed into each other. Same with horror to an extent.
Yeah.
And I think that all of them have that the modern genres of all three have a common point in Frankenstein.
Yep.
That all of them do have that common element. I
do have a super chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah, so I keep babbling.
It's okay. It's because I'm something. It's not showing your full name. Oh, because I'm bored. Thank you for this $5 super chat. I heard a booktuber once say that if a romance doesn't have a happy ending, you shouldn't call it a romance. Do you agree? No. Absolutely not. I consider genre to be a thing to set your expectations. I don't think that it should dictate how the story operates. Like, for example, if you present to me a fantasy and at the very end the twist is that it was all on a computer and it was all a simulation, if you told me that was a sci-fi and you gave me that book, I think I'd knock your teeth in, because like that's not a fucking fantasy. That's not a sci-fi. It's a fantasy story with a twist of it all being a simulation in the end. Oh,
100%. And the thing also is with that logic is, whether or not with romance especially, you got stuff like, say, Jane Eyre. Does Jane Eyre or Wuthering Heights have a uplifting ending? I would say no. I'd say very not. No. It's like you look at that and you go, oh, this is actually a very bleak ending. It's a very depressing ending. It's a very bad ending, because the genre itself is not defined necessarily by how it ends, but the general focus of the narrative.
Yeah, that's what genre.
Fiction,
that's what genre means. The general sort of vibe, I guess.
100%.
This is generally what this thing is. Sorry, go ahead, Anthony.
No, it's all good. But that's why it's sometimes so hard to differentiate subgenres so much. Like swords and sorcery and dark fantasy can sometimes be confused for each other, because swords and sorcery stories tend to be darker. They tend to be more grounded in some way. And dark fantasy tends to have a focus on the darkness, whereas swords and sorcery has it more on the grounded focus of it. But they can both overlap quite easily. Same with urban fantasy and horror. You deal with vampires in an urban fantasy story. Well, those are creatures from horror stories. How are they different? It's about what the focus is on. Is the focus on the horror angle, or is it on the fantastical urban area? That perspective, the modern day through the fantastical lens. And they're so similar. There's so much overlap. I think that's why people sometimes put too much of an effort on what genre something is. Like science fiction, what we learned, what the two big elements that both cross-pollinated is this. Science fiction helped establish that fantasy should have more world building, that we shouldn't be abstract narratives and just actually think about constructing how the world works logically. Whereas fantasy gave to science fiction the idea that sometimes things can just happen, that maybe harken back to the past in some way. A great example of that would be the steampunk genre. Steampunk is entirely speculative fiction. It's all science fiction, but it harkens back to an older era. Historical science fiction, I think, is a very underrated genre in the modern day, because we think of science fiction as the future. We don't think of it as an alternate past, but it is very much science fiction. And likewise, we wouldn't have our Brandon Sandersons in the world without something like Asimov creating narratives that function entirely on logic.
I think an interesting example of sci-fi that takes on some fantasy elements is Stargate.
100%.
Specifically SG-1 and Atlantis. The movie too, kind of a little bit, but like I'm more fixated on like the ones that were made by I can't remember his name right now. Let me look it up, because I can't. It'll bug me if I don't. Brad Wright. The one that Brad Wright and Jonathan Glassner was influence, because they do have that. It is a sci-fi, like it's a portal, but it's also kind of like a portal fantasy as well in a lot of ways. And there is a lot of world building, but sometimes they're just like, just like, don't think about it too hard. Like the focus is that adventure and like going to new worlds. But there is some speculative fiction because it is talking about like what could humanity be like in the future? Like what discoveries will we make about our past that influence our future? And I think Stargate is one of my favorite shows of all time, so I could talk about it for days, and I'll try not to, but...
That's another one I gotta revisit, because it's been ages since I've seen Stargate. I do remember loving it, though. For me, one of my favorite sci-fi stories is, aside from Dune, which is, I think, a masterpiece of literature in general, another one I love is Neuromancer, which is the origin point for cyberpunk.
I've never read it. I've never read it.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Have you ever seen Ghost in the Shell?
Yes, I've seen many Ghost in the Shell and Ghost in the Shell influenced things, yes.
Okay, so Neuromancer is basically a lot of the components you see in Ghost in the Shell took what was in Neuromancer and just amped it up, is the best way of putting it. Like, Ghost in the Shell is the better version of Neuromancer, but Neuromancer did it first, so that's the one that's kind of like the more radical work, even though I think Ghost in the Shell took what worked in Neuromancer so well and just amped up a lot of the qualities to it. But they're both great works, but it's Ghost in the Shell. It's like you can't really beat that. But what Neuromancer did so well was it took the idea of... So here's one thing. William Gibson, who wrote Neuromancer, wrote a story about hackers using cyber brains on the net, hacking and raiding and all that. He had no understanding of computers. He had no knowledge of how a computer worked. He didn't know what cyberspace was. He didn't understand any of these concepts, and yet created something that was absolutely fantastic. Because he knew that to make a compelling story, you didn't have to necessarily make something that was based purely on the realism of today, but the imagined fantasy of it. And what's so fascinating of it is that even though Neuromancer is more work of fantasy than science fiction, in that it was entirely based not on science, but on whatever Gibson thought was so cool, it became a seminal work of science fiction, in part because it inspired the science of our modern computer. He just made stuff up, but that stuff that he made up was based loosely on science, and as such, inspired scientists to create the material and technology that he imagined. The internet is now more like Neuromancer than the computers of Gibson's initial era were like it. So he shaped the reality that we exist in many ways, and gave birth to the genre of cyberpunk.
Really kind of makes you think about that Oscar Wilde quote.
Exactly. Art really is what creates our modern perspectives and everything. Anyway, I know there's a lot of people on chat, and my throat is definitely devastated from talking for so long, even before coming here. So, what year did Gibson write? Gibson wrote Neuromancer in 1982, I want to say. It was after Blade Runner that he wrote. He was writing Neuromancer when Blade Runner came out, but the focus of Blade Runner is a little different. That's why they're just different enough. But anyway, I know there's a lot of people who have to talk on this, and I'll let them go ahead. But thank you for having me on, Krim, even if briefly, because my poor throat is devastated from all that talking about.
Stop digging yourself that hole, please.
Listen, Shadiversity had shoved his opinions down my throat so fast. It's horrible. It is overburdened. It is stretched out. It is sore from it. I don't know if I can handle anything else going down that pathway.
Okay.
It's truly horrible.
I am having the guy that wrote the paper I sent you is going to be coming on call later. So if you're gonna be listening, look forward to that. He has I think he'll have a lot of interesting things to say. So
I would love to hear what he has to say. Honestly, it'd be fantastic.
Okay, awesome.
He, right? I'll make sure I'm
he.
Cool.
He.
Awesome. I would love to hear that. That sounds because the paper I was skimming through already looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Really interesting stuff.
Okay,
but
cool.
Krim, good luck. I'm gonna run away now and gargle hot tea.
Okay, I hope your poor throat feels better. That it's been so ravaged tonight. I know.
So ravaged.
Poor thing.
Exploded with pain. It's horrible. Anyway, have a good one, all right?
Good night.
Take
Good
care.
night.
Good night.
All right. I'm going to address a few things in the chat before we take on our next caller. I actually didn't end up taking my break either, so poor me. So, Maestro, was it? No, that's because I'm bored. But there's more people talking about, like, romance and, like, dark romance and, like, sad romance and tragic romance. I think something interesting, I think it was the Romans that they really kind of had, like, two big genres. Maybe it was the Greeks. It was one of them. And it was tragedy and comedy. And the difference between a tragedy and comedy back then, very temporally different than what we think of them now. And the difference is, like, does it have a good ending or does it have a bad ending? And that was basically the only two distinctions. There'd be the only thing he gargled. Get out of here! Alright. I'm going to be bringing on my next guest, which is Raccoon. I hope you're ready, girl. Hello.
Hello, hello.
All right. Can you introduce yourself and tell the fine folks at home what you want to talk about?
Hi, my name is Raccoon Warlock or Anna Marie, whichever one. I don't care. I unfortunately missed most of what was talked about before calls started. So
That's okay.
could I get a really quick...
We basically talked about what genre isn't. I don't know if you caught me talking to Ant about the paper that I referenced. But, like, basically, genre is like the pop art and folk and the systems of production that influence them. We talked a little bit about how medium is not genre, like novel, pulp fiction, 3D, pixel, retro. The audience isn't really a good way to classify genre either, and the ones that are usually presented as genre, like YA, shonen, shoujo, it's actually just like, can be kind of any genre just aimed at young people. Lineage of influence, like Western, Euro, modern, how they exist temporally, isn't necessarily genre, as well as like social function, like chamber, propaganda, Saturday morning cartoons. Like, you can present different genres in each of those social functions, and they will like serve different purposes. So how I'm kind of defining genre is it's sort of like a taxonomy similar to biology. It can reproduce and interact with humans in different ways to become different things. The purpose isn't to nitpick and sort things into boxes after the fact. It's to set expectations. It's like a general vibe of what the thing is to present to someone who is looking for a certain kind of story. And an example I gave, and I've mentioned this to Anthony too, is that if you have a fantasy story and at the end it's revealed it was all a simulation and that's the twist, it doesn't suddenly change the genre to sci-fi. It's still a fantasy, just with a twist at the end. And if you gave that somebody that's like, I would like a sci-fi book, please, and if you gave them that book, they probably wouldn't appreciate it very much, for example. That's kind of like the sort of thing that we spoke about. And I have my little evolutionary tree that Anthony didn't agree with. He doesn't agree that sci-fi is a descendant of fantasy or fairy tale, but it's fine. It's fine. We can have disagreements as professionals. I won't cry about it. Can you imply this logic in music genres too? Absolutely. Actually, the paper that I'm referencing, thank you for the super chat, Adrian. The paper that I'm referencing is actually made by someone studying musicology, and used this with the lens of music, but I later went on to talk to him Like I spoken to him, I was like, wow, this could really apply to all art, and he's like, absolutely. But because he's a musicologist and he's taking music and performance in university right now, it was specifically with the lens of music. But so absolutely, you can apply this logic in music genre too. Anyway, hello, raccoon. I think that's everything.
Okay. I had things I wanted to say and then I completely forgot. So give me just a second here. Are we talking about?
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Ooh, about how the age demographic of your target audience will affect how much genre is in your book. Does that make sense?
Sort of, but please explain.
So, I recently finished reading a book called Gideon the Ninth.
I'm familiar. I haven't read, but I know what it is.
And it is very much a space fantasy that focuses on necromancy as like working through religious trauma. And that is going to be very different from like I had a thing that I was going to compare it to, but I forgot what it was.
Fantasy working through religious trauma is like one of my favorite genres, like Golden Compass. Ugh. Moi. Perfection. um Maybe something in comparison could be Lord of the Rings. Is definitely, I wouldn't say it's somebody working through religious trauma, and it's very different from something like Gideon the Ninth.
I mean, in terms of, I wouldn't go up to a 12-year-old and give them Gideon the Ninth.
Yes.
It's more.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, demographic definitely does influence what you're going to write about, but I think you can have like you can deal with like I would go up to a 12-year-old and hand over the Golden Compass, for example, even though I think now I could be wrong, but I think because I haven't read Gideon the Ninth, but I think they're dealing with similar things and tackling similar topics. I always wonder if religion can be positive in fantasy, like a good religion against bad religion. Lord of the Rings and Chronicles of Narnia are great examples of like a religion being a positive force. And actually, Golden Compass is actually made directly in response to Chronicles of Narnia and Lord of the Rings. It was influenced by both of those books. I think more Chronicles of Narnia than Lord of the Rings, though there obviously is some Lord of the Rings influence on it, just like there is in basically every fantasy story. So, yeah, definitely there can be good religion in fantasy. And even though I'm an atheist and like borderline like anti-theist, I try not to be too annoying about it. Like it's fantasy, like things can be good in fantasy even if they're bad in real life. So I think you just kind of have to take it for what it is. Like atheists, in my opinion, don't really make sense in the world of like Lord of the Rings because there are gods and you see the material influence of them in the world. So, would the Golden Compass be considered anti-religion? Absolutely. It's very intentionally anti-religion, specifically anti-Catholic. Yeah, no. Very much like, oh, this is just Catholic trauma. The book.
I'm sorry, I'm too stinky. Chronicles of Narnia bad.
Oh, that's fine. You don't have to like it. I have my opinions about it too. I'm just saying that in Chronicles of Narnia, religion is presented as a good thing.
Objectively, it's like a decently written book series. It's just kind of like,
You don't like it.
wow.
Wow, I
I used to like it when
this.
I was a kid, but then I got through like book. I was about to start Prince Caspian, and then I remembered everything that happened in Horse and His Boy, and I decided, you know what? Let's maybe not.
I
That one's
am
weird.
I'm stinky. I'm stinky. I didn't never actually sat down and read through every single Chronicles of Narnia book. I read the first one, and I watched all the old BBC Chronicles of Narnia. Excuse me.
Mm.
Blank says, everybody is an atheist until you're alone and stays in here, bless you. I would be more likely to be like, oh, I'm literally going insane than to think that there's a God just because something like that happened, personally. But let's not get into that. That's not what this stream's about. that's a much later episode of the Inferno. Maybe episode 20 or something. Whew. Anyway. I'm not ready for that discussion.
Nope.
I've never read Horse and His Boy, and I don't know what it's about. I've just heard not so great things, so I'm like, yeah, I probably am not going to read that one. I'm good, actually.
Granted, this was like 12 years ago, so I don't have all the details memorized, but like, this kid's like 10, wanders around with a horse, gets involved with Lucy, who is queen at this time, and making really weird comments about people of color.
Oh no.
For politics, like marriage politics reasons. It's a very weird.
Odd book, yeah.
Can I complain about some things?
Absolutely. I love hearing you complain about things.
Oh, because we're getting into the book talk nonsense because that's been on my mind.
Give me the slop. Give it to me.
I don't think romance is inherently bad. But if all you consume is poorly written porn romance, then I think you have a problem.
Yeah.
And you should maybe try some other things.
I mean, the modern book talk books are basically just Harlequin romances and pulp fiction. We rightly called them trashy before book talk, and I will continue to call them trashy now.
Oh, they are.
And I would not say that how do I say this without coming across as extremely sexist? I would not say that, like, when you think of, like, the bookish girls, the nerdy girls that are reading a lot of books, I would not compare them to the people that are shallowly consuming book talk books to say that they've consumed them. There's this sort of, like, consumption about book talk and this focus on consumption rather than reading a book to read a book. You know what I mean? I think that also influences
bragging that you've read it than actually, like, thinking about it.
Yeah. Or, like, just, like, here's a piece of art, here is a story. Let's get interested and invested in the story. And it's more like, look at all the stuff that I read. I have read 12 books this month, and they're all garbage. You know, it's very that. But they don't call it garbage. They're like, I'm so well read, look at all the books I read. And then you look at all the books they read, and it's just like, I don't know if that's something that I would personally brag about. I mean, I read a lot of Tumblr too. Like, I don't think I'd be bragging about that online. It's like, look at all these posts that I read, all these shit posts that I read, all these, you know, like, it's not something that I think is worth bragging about. But anyway.
No.
Oh, Squeaker is so much is unpacked purely on the mention of consumption. It's the fast fashion of books going on out there.
Well, the part that drives me insane personally is the fact that some of this is legitimately being taught in classrooms.
No! Oh my god, that's
Colleen Hoover's
interesting.
It Ends With Us.
Well, on one hand, like, as somebody that does work with kids, I get trying to do things and trying to meet the kids where they're at. But on the other hand, sometimes you just gotta sit a child down in a seat and make them read fucking, like Catcher in the Rye. You know?
Well, okay,
For example.
that's one of those. I don't think Catcher in the Rye is bad, but I think it's been so far removed from
The
its
context,
cultural
yeah.
context that it doesn't really work as well anymore.
hmm
But that is why I have found. Okay, so you've heard of Heartstopper, right?
I'm aware of it.
That is actually a spin-off book from a book called Solitaire,
hmm
which, as like a modern day analog for Catcher in the Rye, works very well.
Interesting. I think, like,
Because it's
because I'll
about
be honest, I didn't read Catcher in the Rye in high school because Canada has, like, a slightly different, like, we have different books that we read, and it's mostly Canadian literature and some European literature. But we had, like, The Hatchet instead of, I think, like, instead of those ones.
The Hatchet.
Yeah.
I read that in 4th grade.
Yeah. Um, it's an interesting book that's examining, like, the human condition and the nature of man, I think. Do you know that book has sequels? Like, they have, like, it has, like, at least two. I think it has more. But it's like,
Yeah,
I don't think you can really, because he kept on, like, being like, I've escaped, but I need to go back because I felt something out there. But anyway.
maybe society bad.
Yeah, that's basic. Maybe it's better if I just live in the woods and by myself forever. I think I'd rather that. I don't feel like I can be at home here anymore, and I don't know, I thought that was interesting. Like the idea that he's
Yeah,
actually a better person when he's out in the wild in the woods by himself. Anyway, sorry, I'll
it's
not.
definitely something.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the whole book talk thing either. I'm not on TikTok, but like seeing it like influence other parts of like literature circles, it's like, can you leave, please? Actually, I actually don't care about anything you have to say. I actually don't want to hear about it.
And it's just the thing that it irritates me about book talk is people who are writing for it.
Yeah,
They're they're doing genre because that's just how books work, but they're not examining what about genre makes your book not important,
yeah.
but
What worth reading? I think is a good.
well, the intentions behind it. There we go. That's a good way to phrase it.
Yeah. Like, do you have a story to tell? Do you have something to add? Why should I read this book over any other book? I think it's good. It's a good
Like,
question to ask whenever you read something.
there's this one that I saw in my local Target. I didn't pick it up because I saw the person behind it like doing all of this setup for it in their TikToks. And it's just about, oh, this girl's like the secretary for a supervillain, but then they start dating, da 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 da. Which is, that's a fine fic premise, but I don't think you really have anything you're trying to say.
hmm
Because you're more interested in hitting the tropes and the plot beats than you are in actually telling a story. This is actually something
Yeah,
I
that's
discussed with a coworker the other day, and I don't remember the person who said it, but I do think it's very interesting. It's about people miss the story for the plot.
yeah.
Which
You
I think is
know,
a really good way of phrasing it, because you're so focused on what is happening in the story. It's like this, then this, then this, then this, that you're not examining the ideas or the intentions the author is trying to communicate.
mhm. God, this is reminding me so very much of a specific person, but I'm not going to talk about it. Um, anyway,
And it's just, that's really what the flood of these romance, like, book talk books are.
mhm.
It's just about the plot and the porn, that you're not actually examining any story.
Yeah, and some people are fine with that, which is sure. I mean, like, if you want to sit down and eat junk food all day, I'm not going to stop you. I wouldn't call you like a foodie, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, there are people out there that are master tasters that, like, train to be able to distinguish certain flavor profiles and notes and really determine what's the best of the best. And I think I would trust them over somebody that sits in their bedroom all day slamming back like potato chips and snack cakes. You're perfect if that's what you want to do and that's what makes you happy. Okay, but I'm not going to listen to a word you say about food. And that's my second clumsy metaphor of the day. um,
And oh, just one other thing that I remembered that I wanted to talk about is when genre is subverted.
yes,
But
I was
like
talking about that earlier. Hmm.
how to do it in a way that actually engages with what a genre is doing,
Yeah.
which is one of the reasons that Dungeon Meshi is so good.
Hmm. It's still a fantasy, but it is subverting a lot of those tropes and themes. Um,
Because it takes all of these ideas that are considered like the building blocks of the genre, and it's like picks them apart and
yeah,
questions if these are even real.
yeah.
And I think that's
Evangelion does
really
that a lot too.
interesting.
Yeah. Um, somebody mentioned Jodi Picoult, and as somebody that read a lot of Jodi Picoult as a teenager, and it all slid off my brain. I think Jodi Picoult is very well. Jodi Picoult is very like proto book talk. I think. Um, she was very much doing that sort of book before it was a thing. And I'm sorry, Green Brothers. I'm sorry, John Green, but you are also proto book talk. God love you, but fucking hell, some of the stuff you wrote was garbage.
Okay.
Uh,
Mm, mm.
what? What? What do you have to
I
say,
am.
Blake?
I will defend Paper Towns. The only green book I will defend.
Nebula is asking what's the paper that's being referenced. I'm not sure if the paper is public or not. The guy that wrote it is going to be on call later, maybe about a half an hour or so. He'll be home and he'll be able to call in, and I have questions I want to ask him about it. But it does take heavy inspiration from Peter Tagg's paper, which is called, and I have to bring it up again, Analyzing Popular Music, which was written in 1982. So that's not the paper that I'm referencing, but he does reference that paper in his paper because that's how academia works, I guess. Anyway, continue, Raccoon, my friend, if you had anything else to say.
Oh, English. How does it work? Um, One other
What?
thing that I wanted to bring up that I think is very interesting about just like this is both a fun fact and an interesting way to look at genre and just writing in general is a lot of people are familiar with A Christmas Carol.
Mm-hmm.
and like everything behind it. But I don't think a lot of people realize that the way it was originally written was this like nonfiction informational pamphlet.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I had no idea.
And Charles Dickens realized that this probably wasn't going to be as effective in inspiring change to support the homeless and just general poverty as he wanted to. And so he transitioned it into a genre piece.
Interesting.
That is, I would argue, a example of like a holiday-themed gothic horror.
Is it Christmas Carol?
Yeah.
Well,
not
I suppose
necessarily horror, but I do think it is a gothic piece.
Yeah, gothic piece. Yeah, not, oddly enough, as a goth, I don't read a lot of gothic literature. Mostly into the music, but anyway. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me actually. I can contend with that. Somebody is asking what makes someone proto book talk. People that make books that are made for consumption primarily to appeal to people that just want to consume writing rather than because they have a story to tell. It's like, hey, this genre is trending. These are the tropes that people like. Often what will actually happen is that you'll see companies say that we're looking for somebody to tell a story about this kind of thing with this genre, with this sort of character, and it hits this, and that plot beat. And they will hire writers, sometimes ghostwriters, that will fulfill those prompts, I guess you could say. And there are also people that's how they write. And I'm not going to mention any names, but they've come up on this channel before. But if you write your book trope first, it's going to be garbage, in my opinion.
I don't know her name, but whoever wrote Ice Planet Barbarians.
I'm not familiar.
We're sending women into space to mate with aliens. That's the basic idea.
I don't like that. That sounds terrible.
But I think it's written comedically.
Okay.
But even so, just wow.
Yeah, I probably won't read it, I'll be honest with you.
I haven't read it either, but I know that that's the one that like really blew up and kind of inspired the whole book talk thing. That one amongst a few others. But I remembered I wanted to defend Paper Towns really quickly.
Okay, defend Paper Towns.
First, have you actually read Paper Towns?
No. I think I may have read. I can't remember. Maybe it was one of the ones that I read. I know that I read The Fault in Our Stars, but John Green's books, just like Jodi Picoult, slid right off my brain as soon as I read them.
No, that's fine. But the thing I wanted to say is, Paper Towns is a deconstruction of the Manic Pixie Dream Girl.
Oh, yes.
And a lot of people aren't really willing to engage with it because it's just, it's a John Green book.
Maybe I will give it another read because I think, now that you mention it, I might. I think it was specifically a deconstruction on books like Stargirl. I don't know if you've ever read that one.
I've heard of it. I know that there was a live-action adaptation for it.
I don't remember
Grace Vanderwall of all people was in that.
That being said,
she's still making music.
No, I didn't. That being said, Stargirl is also a deconstruction of the Manic Pixie Dream Girl and what treating someone like that does to a person. because like at first it's like, oh, this girl, she's so perfect, she's my star girl, but it's like you're kind of treating her like shit actually, and it's really negatively affecting her. Stop doing that. So but also I do want to say YT Gamer, it's like said something about like, I would like to tell stories, but it would be cool for it to be consumed. Consumed is not the same thing as like read. Consumption is a very specific thing. It makes art into a commodity and into a product rather than an expression of the self. And it goes beyond human connection, and it's like you don't really care what the artist intends or has to say. You're more focused on like what it does for you. It's hard to define the difference between consumption and simply engaging with art, but if you can do that, Raccoon, that would be lovely.
Oh, explain the difference between consumption and engaging with art?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you have a lot to say about
I
that sort of thing.
would say that the difference primarily is, are you trying to... I'm trying to figure out how to word this because I'm very not great at wording things.
No.
I'm very particular about how I say things.
It's definitely, I feel like it's a know it when you see it sort of thing. Like you can tell when somebody's more interested in consuming things than engaging with them.
Are you willing to pick apart what you're reading to see what, not just the things that are happening in the story, but like what ideas are being conveyed to you? Are you willing to examine a character in not just their motivations, but in the style that they're being written?
Mm-hmm. There's a critical
In
analysis section or part of engaging that I don't think consumption does.
Yeah, like, are you willing to engage with how they speak, what they're saying, what are they implying, and just their actions and how they may conflict with their actions previously, which is not inherently meaning that they're being out of character, but more that their character has changed and looking for that change.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say, are you willing to engage with books like you're in a class? Because I think that's
It's a
a
whole
whole
other
separate
thing.
kettle of fish, but mainly just, are you willing to pick apart something that you're reading because you care about what is being said to you? Or do
Mm-hmm.
you just want to go through it quickly and put it aside like it's popcorn?
Yeah, there's a depth to it, and I would say that there's like, can you even defend why you like it? Um, I think that's kind of like the low bar that you have to clear um, between consuming and engaging. And if you're just like, oh, I just like it because it was fun, then it's like you're consuming, in my opinion, not really engaging.
And I'm gonna get real spicy with this when I say this. I
I love
think
it.
that this is kind of a bell curve that Rick Riordan has fallen into.
I'm not familiar with Rick Riordan. You sound
For those of
exasperated.
No, because for those of you who aren't aware, Rick Riordan is guy what has written all of the Percy Jackson books.
Ah,
Whereas the original series, Percy Jackson and the Olympians, was very much about using these like Greek mythology and this urban fantasy to contextualize, trying to be good
Hmm.
as a neurodivergent child?
Okay.
And like, how do you engage with being a good person?
He kind of snuck that in there, though, right? And by the time that he was like, haha, actually, this is a smart artistic piece of fiction. I tricked you all into reading literature. By the time that
A
he did
little
that, it was
bit.
kind of too late.
Yeah, but compared to the more recent entries in his works, such as um the Trials of Apollo
Mhm.
books and mm, excuse me, this isn't one that he wrote himself, but it's one that he like supervised being written. It's called The Sun and the Star,
Mhm.
which is about like his first canonically gay couple. So like, yay, good for them. But it's the intention behind it has kind of fallen by the wayside.
Mhm. Like I said, I haven't read those books, so I can't really comment on them. I think they were a little bit after my time. I was a little bit too old for them by the time they were really taking off.
Yeah,
Um,
they started like 2004, but I didn't start reading them until like 2011.
yeah, I think that's when they started to take off and gain like popular attention was probably when I was at like the end of high school. Like as much as I criticize the books now, like I was like a Harry Potter kid through and through. Um, like I was very engaged with that and it influenced my tastes even as an adult, even though I am now very critical of the books and of the author. I think pretending like I wasn't heavily influenced by those books is silly, but yes, I have heard that Percy Jackson sweeps Harry Potter. Uh,
Oh,
yeah.
Percy Jackson and the Olympians, very much good. That's something I recommend. I don't know about everything that came after it though, but that's more.
Yeah. I'm also like 32 years old, so I don't know if I will read Percy Jackson. Like it's
So that's fair.
very much outside of my wheelhouse, and like I'm not the target audience for that one, I think. Was there anything else?
Mainly just if you're going to be a person who reads, and even if you don't particularly. Oh my gosh, I just remembered something.
Yeah, go for it.
This is actually like an argumentative essay that I wrote for one of my college classes about how also it is extremely easy to refit genre fiction, even if it is a little trashy, and to make it sound academic.
Yeah.
Because that's also something that is like very interesting and fun to do. I made an argument about how Nightmare on Elm Street can be in like academic intellectual exercise in examining the sins of the father
Mm-hmm.
and
I,
the
I think
effects that it will have on your children.
I think that you can do that with like a lot of with like a lot of pulp culture art. Um, is that you can reframe it to speak about it in an academic sense. You're not kind of locked to one or the other.
Yeah, that's a thing that you can do, and I think in relating it to genre is often that genre is not treated like it can be.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of those, the lens at which you're looking at something will greatly influence what you're saying.
And also I will say I brought this up earlier, but it's like a social function too. Literature versus like genre books. Those are social functions. literature is usually presented in a academic setting, whereas like a lot of genre fiction is presented in either a folk or pop setting. And they fulfill different purposes, but that doesn't mean, like, an example that I made is that you could take, I saw one just the past few weeks, where it was a chamber opera that was made, and chamber operas are operas that were made to be performed in somebody's living room and enjoyed by a small audience, and they took it onto a stage and they performed it like as a stage opera. And it's the specific opera Cinderella was made by Pauline Verideau to be performed by students who had been training under Pauline, who was a voice instructor, and was then, like, okay, here's the student's final project for the year, Cinderella. Like, and it has been presented a lot in that context, but often it moves from chamber to stage, and you can go vice versa. Like, there's like a lot of, there's a lot of different things you can do that with. Even if it's not like an adaptation, it's just you're changing the setting in which you're presenting it.
Yep.
But anyway.
And so that, because I don't think everybody is aware, Cendrillon is the original name of Cinderella.
Yeah. This specific one was like a actual like Pauline Verideau's was an adaptation of Cinderella, though, like of the original Cinderella. Yeah. So it was like a different story, different things happened. You can also get a queer reading out of it because Pauline primarily taught women. There were some men, but like the prince was like a trouser role, which means like it's a woman playing a man. Like Peter Pan is often a trouser role, but it doesn't have to be. But yeah, anyway.
Sorry, thing I thought of, because it's topical, how adaptation will change genre in Wicked. Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. You've activated my autism card.
I did.
How dare you? It's okay. So just so you know, me and Anna Marie here talk about Wicked here and there in the server, and I think you are you still rereading it? Or
I finished reading it last week.
Yeah, I haven't started my reread of it. I've read it 3 times, so I'm going to reread it again, and I'm probably going to make a video about the musical, the book, and the movie.
This movie. Which okay. I have not seen the movie yet, so...
I'm not going to... I mean, I don't think I can spoiler you, because you're familiar with the plot, but Here's my take. I actually liked the movie more than the musical. And I was surprised by that, because they do have a bit more of a focus on, like, the sapphic moments between Elphaba and Glinda, even if, unlike the book, they are not literally, like, girlfriends. And I will stand up, like, they never say it's like, yes, we are dating, Elphaba, you are my girlfriend, but, like, they sleep together, they kiss, they go everywhere together. And, like,
it's very heavily implied later on that when Glinda marries a man, it's purely for his money.
Yeah, and there's also, like, a fucking trigger warning, like, I'm about to talk about something a little bit, like, icky that happens in the books. In the book, Madame Morrible, one of the ways in which she subdues Glinda is whenever she thinks about a certain thing that happens in the book, all she can think about, like, these images are put in her mind of men, like, assaulting her. and it's to keep her from thinking about it, which is gross, and also kind of puts like a different
Yucky.
lens on her sexuality, because in Wicked and in the books that followed, Glinda is very explicitly fixated on Elphaba. She doesn't really care about anybody else except for Elphaba. And also, she's ride or die. She initially wanted to go with Elphaba, but Elphaba was the one that said, actually, if you go with me, it'll put you in danger, and I could not bear for you to be in danger. Gives her a kiss and whisks off into the night, and like doesn't speak to her again for years. But it's specifically to protect her, even though Glinda wanted to go with
funny,
her.
actually. Because it's the thing is they like sneak their way up to the wizard's office.
Yeah, they're not invited.
They're not invited. They just like show up and they're supposed to get like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But they're waiting there for 3 hours to get their 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Gregory Maguire is very funny. And then after that is when Elphaba puts Glinda on a carriage and says, I'm sorry, I can't take you with me. Think of me. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
And then they don't talk to each other until after Dorothy shows up in Oz, which is like another 15 years.
Yeah, I think
that is like 20.
Yeah, it's a very long time. And I can't remember if she's at that party where Elphaba is like, wait a minute, are you guys eating like capital A animals? Like, and everybody's like, we don't know. And she's like, what the fuck, you guys? You not even care? And that's kind of one of the things that makes Elphaba really fly off the handle and start being angry at the people that she used to call friends.
No, Glinda was not at that party.
Yeah, it was Nessa?
It was just...
And Frexpar?
No, because Nessa... No, this was after... This is all after Dorothy shows up.
So Nessa Rose is already dead. Yeah.
Yeah. This is like Averick.
Averick, who was combined with Fiyero from the books to make a new character. And what an odd choice to make, because Averick and Fiyero are nothing like each other in the books. Averick's like quiet and like kind of mousy and reserved, and Averick is just Fiyero in the musical and movie.
So yeah. Also, this irritates me to no end. Fiyero, very explicitly man of color.
Yeah, no, yeah. He's described as dark and swarthy, and like he is treated as a foreigner from
the rest of Oz.
He's from Vinkus, which like they call it Winky Country, but it's kind of implied that that's a slur in universe.
Yep.
But anyway, there's a lot going on in the book, and also, I love Gregory Maguire.
From the musical, Munchkinland fully secedes from the rest of Oz, tries to become its own country.
Yeah. Yeah. Many such cases. Anyway. But yeah, I would say that, like, Wicked as a book is so dark, but it's also very similar. Like, you could say, if you didn't know that it was written by Gregory Maguire, and you're just like, yeah, this is the next book in the series of, like, The Land of Oz, it fits right in. Even, well, I mean, it's so much darker, but like, the world building is, like, it doesn't contradict anything written by Frank L. Baum, I don't think.
Nope.
Are you disagreeing with me, or, like, agreeing with me? I can't tell.
No, I'm saying I don't think it, like, argues against anything L. Frank Baum wrote, but then again, I haven't actually read any of the sequels.
I've read.
They're not very easy to find.
Yeah, I've read The Wizard of Oz. I've read the sequel to it. I've read the Ozma book. I've read about 4 or 5 of them, I think, in total. And, like, while they're definitely different in tone, it's very clear that Gregory Maguire is a fan of Frank L. Baum. which is why he named his main character after him.
Him.
That's Elphaba,
Yep.
ELF, Frank L. Baum.
LFB.
LFB, yeah.
Yep. And don't get me started on Ozma being gendered.
Oh, I have so many problems with Ozma.
Time.
But
But
we could talk about it, but that's just not the time or the place. But we'll talk. Maybe we'll talk
No.
about it when I do my Wicked thing, and I'll have you on, and we can chat about it.
This is one thing I will say. If you do want a very interesting, more political examination of Oz and how it relates to modern politics and for a modern setting as opposed to Wicked, which is very much about the 90s.
Yeah.
Emerald City on NBC is very good.
The fact that like the 90s is no longer contemporary hurts my feelings.
Well, a lot of Wicked does still work for a modern audience,
Yeah.
but there are parts of it that it's let's maybe re-examine this.
The fact that like I can say that modern teenagers would not get Daria hurts my feelings.
That hurts my feelings. And I didn't even watch that show.
Daria was very important to me as a teenager, but anyway. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Not off the top of my head. I'll probably have something that I'll yap about in the Discord later.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for coming on as always, Anna Marie. It's a treat to have
Of
you.
course. I love to be here and to annoy people with my nonsense.
I don't think it's nonsense. Also, I think my phone went off. I'm sorry, you guys. I have it on in case my friend messages me about the call. Yeah, okay. Right, I'm gonna have my next caller then.
Bye bye.
Bye. All right. I'm going, actually, right before we do that, I'm going to take a tiny little baby break, and then I'm going to come back, address some comments, and then we're going to take on our next caller, Basil, however you would like to pronounce it. You'll tell me when I get back, I'm sure. Be right back. I'll leave you with some music. Hello, hello. I have returned with a little snack and tea. Tea that I haven't poured yet because I'm waiting for the water to cool down a little bit. Sweet tea gamer, you're talking about like saw a musical on my trip to New York years ago and I still thought the musical was amazing. The musical is good, but I think it's a very unfaithful adaptation, and because I love the book so much, I think it might be one of my favorite books of all time. It disappoints me. It The musical resembles Wicked as much as Wicked resembles The Wizard of Oz. You know, it's just such a different story. Alright, let's stop the music. Alright. We're going to... Okay, first... Okay, the water's still a little bit hot. We'll get ASMR tea pour later. Alright, I'm going to bring on my next guest. Basil. You'll tell me how to pronounce your name, I'm sure. Well, let's crank you up a little bit. Invite to speak. Hello, hello.
Hi, my name is Basil.
Basil, okay. That's how you
So
pronounce
pronounced
it.
like that. And I feel like I am gonna be the younger demographic that you need for some of this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, that's very presumptive. Give me a second. I'm prepared. I'm trying to prepare myself for this call.
It's okay. I think...
I'm,
there have been a
I'm,
few young people on, and there will be more later, I think.
mhm. I'm not gonna disclose my age, just personally. Um, I am young 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I specifically I'm not a friend of the channel, but I'm dating a friend of the channel.
Okay.
Squeakers. So sorry, my brain's a little bit frazzled, but I do have some specific points.
Please,
One,
go ahead. Oh, what are your
sorry.
pronouns, by the way?
Oh, they them.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
So one thing is I feel like we've been talking about genre expectation,
Mm-hmm.
and in some ways that should be extended into a lot of romance type things, like specifically romance as a genre and the expectations that come with like consuming media that's like specifically labeled as romance. There's gonna be a lot of like I don't I have consumed a large amount of YA fiction.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely was a thing that I was consuming as a morbid curiosity, like
Mm-hmm.
about what like the ways that I was supposed to be thinking. So I was like, okay, well, this is the stereotypical like teenage girl, whatever. This is the things that the stereotypical teenage girl should be consuming. And so I definitely consumed it like just to consume it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was both just to consume it and also because I psychoanalyze everything. I
Uh-huh.
psychoanalyze every single media that I consume. And I am gonna be a hard uh, apologist, I guess, for specifically reading media just because you enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because I feel like for a large amount, because I grew up AFAB. Um, I was raised as a female, and so a lot of my specific experiences, I have been told specifically what I can enjoy and why. And one of the things that I was like told not to enjoy was more YA fiction, and I'm rediscovering, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
my enjoyment for things just to enjoy them.
Yep.
So, in some ways, I am going to definitely be an apologist for that. But also, I think the point that you've been making over and over again that I've really like thought was great was you shouldn't just consume media without critiquing it.
Now,
Um,
I will defend myself here for a second.
yeah,
Critically thinking doesn't necessarily mean critiquing. Critically thinking just means that you're reading something, or you're watching something or looking at a piece of art, and you're thinking about what context it was written in and what it meant to the author to create it. Like, for someone like Oscar Wilde, for example, who was a gay man that lived in the late 1800s, early 1900s, you can say it's like, oh, well, he was kind of, he didn't come out and say that his characters were gay. He was kind of like erasing gay experiences, is ignoring the fact that, like, he was openly a very gay man. He was, later in life was chemically castrated, and I know that he was imprisoned for being gay. His books were considered very, like, salacious and inappropriate and transgressive, even if a lot of them didn't come out and say that, like, this character's gay. Portrait of Dorian Gray, I should say, is my favorite book by him. And it's, it's unforgivably queer. And if you were to say, it's like, yeah, I read that, and, like, the guy's like a slut, and he, like, abuses women, and, like, he's clearly straight, and, like, there, you can't get a gay reading out of that. I think that's like what I would consider consuming rather than, like, engaging with something critically. It's not necessarily criticizing something. It's like,
I definitely no. I think I misspoke.
hmm,
I understand what you're saying.
hmm,
I oftentimes I have trouble with speech sometimes, so
it's
specifically
okay.
like my brain will like accidentally say just something that's kind of related to what you're talking about, like what
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to say.
Hmm.
But I specifically think that you should be critical of every single media you
Hmm.
read, as in critical thinking, using your critical thinking skills. And I think that there's a lot of different ways to misinterpret media, and so I don't think that I don't think you have a need to defend yourself, because I think that I think it's a
Yep.
good thing to engage
Yep.
with media critically. I think that it's impossible to really, not impossible, but I feel like fully understand what a thing is like actually saying, is you need to be critical about it um, in everything that you do.
Hmm.
Um, but specifically, there's okay. So one thing I've been texting in the specifically in the I'm gonna check my text real quick of
Like
in
the stage chat. I see.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
pay as much attention to that one as the.
that's so fair. That's so fair. You can only focus on one thing at a time.
Yes,
Well,
Sparrow said. I just peeked over and Sparrow said something. Oscar Wilde died because of the imprisonment having a toll on his health. Yeah, so he died as a result of being gay and being criminally punished for it. But anyway, that's Oscar Wilde. But yes,
okay.
continue, Basil.
Okay. So first of all, I'm trying to look at my things. Okay. So first of all, do you have anything in? Do you? Okay. So I talked to somebody else about this. But specifically, do you have where do you think you would clock romance in this? Because I feel like it is a genre and
Yeah,
not just.
I mean,
Where
like,
would
I
you
would.
put this on the chart of things?
Do I still have the chart up? Yes, I absolutely do. Perfect. And I have to do it with my mouse like a freaking peasant. Um, I would actually give it its own branch. Whoop.
Yeah, that's what I was very like, because a lot of the media I have consumed so much specific romance, because and I think that a lot of times
Romance
I think that
breeds
there's this.
with other genres too, quite frequently. Romance is, if fantasy is the problematic daddy of fiction, I'm sorry, then romance is the problematic mommy. We're being very
I
heteronormative here. I realize that, but I think
no I okay.
that's apt.
So okay, so I'm gonna be a romance apologist for a second.
I don't think there's anything wrong. You don't have to apologize for romance. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but continue.
No, I mean specifically like, okay, so specifically when you were talking about I mentioned in the chat specifically, not the one, not the stage chat, but the YouTube chat. I
Hmm.
specifically one point that I think is important is that it's definitely important to hold space for the potential sexism that comes with this kind of thing, but also
Hmm.
to criticize media.
Well,
And I think
that's the
be
thing with
critical of
YA
media.
though, too, is that a lot of things that we consider YA that was born out of women writing genre fiction, and everybody's like, yeah, it's just YA. So yeah, sexism definitely plays a part in how we categorize things, even if it doesn't really make sense.
And like, not only does it like affect the way we categorize things, I mean, it affects what's written also. And I am a big the way that I read YA fiction. Obviously, I've been talking about this a little bit. About I have in the past. I don't think I could consume it as I have in the past. But it was very fascinating to me because it feels like a lot of times authors will accidentally slip in their own ideas, like about the world and the way that the world works.
I don't think it's an
Um,
accident, but yeah.
I think that sometimes it is an accident. Case in point, Twilight.
Hmm. Or Harry
I
Potter.
feel or Harry Potter, yes. I feel like there are sometimes when things that people don't consciously realize that it's a way that they a way that they experience the world. I feel like some media, because the way that Twilight was originally written, it wasn't something that Stephanie Myers like sat out and was like, I'm gonna write something that's super popular and is like super like whatever. I really feel, and it has to do with some interviews that she has specifically come out about. Um, I really feel like it was her baby, and then it became the thing that it
Hmm.
is now. The
Hmm.
things that she originally wrote about were not things that were going to like. I don't think she knew what was going to happen when she first sat down and wrote Twilight, and I think it has a lot to do with her specific experiences.
That
Um,
just keeps happening with vampire fiction. Anne Rice. But
yeah, and I feel like, okay, to be honest, as a teenage girl, Twilight was like, when I like that was the way I identified. Um, Twilight was perfect. Twilight was everything that I was looking for. Twilight was exactly what I needed to relate to a thing. And
hmm.
I so Twilight meant so much to me because it was showing these like Twilight has a really good portrayal of depression.
Hmm.
Um, and I feel like sometimes people overcorrect, specifically when it comes to like, because Twilight is not a thing that shouldn't be criticized. Twilight should be criticized just like so many other things. Everything should be like thought about critically, and especially Twilight is not a thing that should be like. Twilight is a thing that should be very criticized.
I mean, you're talking again. You're talking to somebody who likes Anne Rice and read those growing up. So, if you're gonna talk
Yeah,
about problematic vampire fiction,
but the reason I
guilty.
bring this up specifically is that okay, so one thing that has been talked about is the overconsumption of media, specifically how like I think specifically like just with the way that like capitalism kind of is a thing, you kind of have to like for things to become popular in the way that they do on proto TikTok and proto book talk, I mean, like they kind of have to be so sensationalized. They have to be so like over the top. They have to be like, oh my god, I can't look away from this train wreck. And some ways, I think that that also contributes to the overconsumption of it, is people being like, oh my god, I'm reading this book because it's so bad. And like, in some ways, I think that that's good. You should read media to be critical of it. But I feel like, in some ways, specifically, it is kind of in this era of sexism because people aren't really putting that same energy into really trashy science fiction that's written specifically for men. Like, in some ways, people are. In a lot of ways, people are. But a lot of times, people will put a very specific energy on specifically like things like Twilight or the Afterbooks or like what's another example? Uh, 50 Shades of Grey. All things that are really trashy and trash, like pulp fiction.
But people don't put
But
like the same like at the same sort of spin on like westerns and like spaghetti westerns, which most of them are also trashy, but they're associated with like tradition and nobility and like classics. When
yeah, and I
they're
feel
usually
like
kind of garbage.
I think it really depends on the demographic, and I feel like if something is like, this idea that if a middle-aged woman is consuming it, then oh, it's gross. Why is this middle-aged woman consuming 50 Shades of Grey? That's so even though it's just a person consuming something that's trashy, like spaghetti fiction. Like, it's just it's nothing content, but I think it's important to keep in mind that it's nothing content. You should be critical about it, but the amount of energy that's put into it, I feel like it's different with things like I forget her name, but the one who wrote about like the one that's really popular on Proto TikTok. It was mentioned earlier in
Jodi
the stream.
Picoult. Yeah.
No, no.
Was it John Green?
No, it was a woman, and she's really popular right now. She's probably the most popular one.
Oh, Colleen Ballinger?
Yes, yes. No,
Yeah, not
Colleen
Hoover. No, wait. Yeah, Colleen Ballinger is Miranda Sings. I get them mixed up all the time. Sorry.
Yeah, Colleen Hoover. I feel like it's different. Like, it's definitely, I feel like sometimes it's very reactionary, I think, with the way that people critique media. Like people are now re-examining the way that people consumed Twilight and how people have hated on that, and that's a more recent thing.
Ooh. Paige said something interesting in the chat. All I'll say about book talk is that I don't see an equivalent panic over Ready Player One. Yeah.
Oh yes, I read all of Ready Player One, and it is one of the worst things that I have ever consumed in my life. I just cannot even get started on that. But it's honestly, I think, pretty equivalent to I think that that's a very good example because Ready Player One is pretty much like a equivalent on just nothing reading that just has all of the things that people would want to talk about, like all the things that
look at all these references. Yay! That's what makes a story good, right?
AMAB, very targeted towards AMAB individuals.
I mean, I would say males specifically. I don't think Ready Player One was made for trans women.
No. But I mean, there's a specific. I try to use what like that just to always be because people who are raised male are usually the people that are getting these things targeted at them. And in some ways, that's sometimes that is trans women, because trans women a lot of times still grew up in a very hyper masculine environment, and so that they oftentimes compulsatorily consumed very masculine things. So Ready Player One, I think, would be an example of that. I am I'm AFAB, but I consumed the heck out of Ready Player One, and I was so excited to. I was so excited to read it because I was very much in that sphere of like more like you know the specific John like people who are very against okay, I don't know how to open this can of worms. I was very much in like Reddit. I was high into like Reddit culture and like the kind of Reddit culture that specifically disenfranchised women and
Mm-hmm.
people who are AFAB or people that are queer. Just a large amount of people were being disenfranchised. And I
Mm-hmm.
very much was a victim and also a perpetuator of some of that culture because I was like, oh my god, the opposite of being female is being male. So I'm going to consume all these things that are targeted towards men. So Ready
Mm-hmm.
Player One. I specifically got into Slipknot because of this. Um, but anyways, back to some of my more key points. I feel like the ways that people consume, like not even just romance, but also some more like media that's more based in reality, people don't seem to clock it as escapism. It's a different kind of escapism, I guess. So
Yeah.
like, but I feel like it's still consumed the same way. So like, you made an interesting point that I think is really good about things that are more labeled in tradition. Well, what about things like the way people consume Downton Abbey? And like, it's kind of interesting that people don't criticize Downton Abbey the way that they criticize. And I don't think that Downton Abbey is a bad piece of media. I definitely don't think so. Um, but I just mean like the energy that was put into hating things like Twilight versus things that are more aimed in like and like not even I think Downton Abbey is probably not a good example. I guess more of the like things that are very high. I think Bridgerton. Bridgerton's a good example.
Yep. Where it's like all about the
Um,
spicy drama.
the spicy drama, but it's also really highly like in tradition.
Well, you also look
It's
at something like Little Women, which it's been a few years since I read that, but it's revolving around the lives of women and their sort of relationships with romance and like autonomy and all of these things. And I think
I'm
like a lot of books that are written now that are covering the same things are labeled as kind of trashy, but like we consider Little Women to be literature. There's something
I
interesting,
feel
I
like Little
think.
Women will always be literature just specifically because it really, I think, helped reflect on specifically the times that it was written. Like, when Little Women, like, I think Little Women is a good piece of media so far as it's like, it really can help show the way, like, I think that Little Women should be critiqued a lot. Um,
Yeah, I guess my point is more that like I wonder what the Little Women of this era will be in 100 years, I suppose. And like if right now
no,
we're overlooking it as shallow.
I think that's a good point, and I'm right now I'm looking into the call-in channel, the like the stage chat, and I think that it's a good point. That like Ready Player One was not uncriticized. I just
Mm-hmm.
feel like the I think my point specifically is the people that are critiquing Ready Player One really are people who are reading media critically.
Yeah.
And the
Where
people who a lot of times were perpetuating these things about, like specifically, like my point with like Twilight, a lot of times it was just some random person
yeah.
on the street who had never read Twilight, was never planned on reading Twilight, hated Twilight on principle, and was just like, oh my gosh, like this thing is awful, and teenage girls love it, and so and like that's a point that has been made so many times. I don't
As
think that's a very like,
as someone that did read Twilight cover to cover and was very disappointed with it, whenever I would try to talk to people about it, it it was so shallow. Like it's like, oh yeah, I didn't like how they did this, and I feel like they didn't go anywhere with this, and I was like, it felt like they were building up to something and they never did it, and it's like, yeah, well, it's just some stupid teenage girl book, and it's like, um, can we actually like critically engage with it instead of like
Okay.
being sexist? You know what I mean? I think that you can like or
Yes.
dislike something as long as you're engaging with it on its own terms, you know? I think you kind of need to do that before you can criticize something.
I feel like okay. So I feel like that's a really good so I have consumed Twilight for at this point like probably upwards of 10 years.
Oh
I
my.
read it very I read it way too young, and I shouldn't have read it when I did, and it's a very I think a formative part of consuming things. And I think that and so is Harry Potter, and I definitely think that it's important to criticize, but it has influenced the way I look at media as well.
Mm-hmm.
And in ways, I feel like Twilight it was exactly what it was supposed to be as a genre piece. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like in some ways, in other, it should be criticized, but I feel like I understand why it got as popular as it did. It really talked to the teenage girl in a way that a lot of other books were just like, oh my god, I hate my hair today, or just something very, there are a lot of very shallow things about what a girl should be, and I felt like Twilight was because it was so rooted in Stephanie Meyer's, I think, own experience.
Yeah.
It, I think, like the betrayal of depression. I think it accidentally really showed really showed a really well betrayal of codependent relationship
Mm-hmm. I don't think that was
and
intentional.
the society based around that. What'd you say?
I said I don't know. I don't know if that one was intentional. I think that was just the
No,
Mormonism.
definitely. Definitely not. I don't think that was intentional at all, but it really it's still it's still really interesting because I understand the way like it had all the pieces to be popular as it was, and with the unintentional codependent relationship, in a lot of ways, that's what people are told to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
So when it shows like this thing, like even if it was unintentionally, it's still very interesting. And
Yeah.
I understand why it is as popular as it is, and I understand why it spoke to the teenage girl. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it should have been what it was. Obviously, there are so much things wrong with Twilight. I could talk about that forever. But
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out what when I came into this. I didn't want to just talk about Twilight. That's just my autism.
It's okay. It happens a lot around here.
With like a lot of like I feel like it's both important to like have space for the potential sexism and like examine like where like because nothing exists in a vacuum. I mean, even if you're somebody who is trying to be very conscious about like being sexist, even like and I don't think that like you specifically were. I just mean like this as a point in general.
Yeah.
It's very important to like hold space for the potential sexism and also critique the media because I don't think that people should ever not critique media just because it could potentially be like the biases that could
Mm-hmm.
like the biases that this person.
Like, well, yeah, like
It
I
could
said,
be both.
yeah, I mean, like I said, as a teenager, that, like, I think I was 15 or 16 when I read Twilight. I read the whole thing, within the span of a week. And I wanted to talk about it and how I felt about it and my criticisms of it because I didn't like it. I read the whole thing and I was like, well, fuck. Like, as somebody that grew up reading Anne Rice, where's the rest of it? Was kind of my initial reaction to it. Because, like, Anne Rice books also have very tawdry romances. It's very toxic, and like vampire is sexy, but like there's also a lot of other things going on. And I was like, well, where is everything else? Is kind of like how I felt at the end of the series. And I wanted to talk to that about people, and I feel like my criticisms of Twilight were very anti-misogynistic because I wanted to engage with in this book as like a novel and not as like this garbage that like was meant to like be like jangling keys in front of teenage girls. That's not how I wanted to engage in it, even though I was absolutely criticizing the book. But people were so fixated on being misogynistic about it that I never got to have those conversations because people would not take it seriously enough for me to talk to them about it, and it was very frustrating. And the best conversations that I had about Twilight, even though I completely disagreed with them on it, was with Twilight fans. And we had really good conversations about Twilight. And I think sometimes people would be like, but you don't like it. I don't know if I want to talk about it. And I'm like, no, like I read it cover to cover. I was very excited for it. I just didn't like it. And then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, we can talk to you about this. But, yeah. Yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. As somebody that, like, I feel did engage with it from a non-misogynistic perspective, not that I don't have the capacity for misogyny, but I don't think I was engaging in the book in that way. It's very frustrating to try, whether somebody's critical of something or embraces it, it's very frustrating for me to try to engage with someone over a particular topic if they're very shallow and there's like a consumerism aspect to it more than like engaging honestly with something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, my Discord crashed, so I don't think. Okay, so the way that the reason I've been so hard about Twilight is it really influences, like, I'm using that more as a stand-in piece. I really don't think that you were engaged with Twilight specifically misogynistically.
Yeah. No, I'm saying I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm not taking what you said as an accusation. I'm just saying that, like, I agree with you and I find this so frustrating. I'm not refuting you. You're good.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so my Discord crashed for a bit, so that's why I was quiet. I heard majority, I think, of what you were talking about the way that the best conversations you had about Twilight were with Twilight fans.
Even though I disagreed with them. Yes, absolutely.
And yes. And I feel like that's kind of what happens sometimes with just specific things, like sometimes the best conversations you can have, especially with things that the majority of people have made opinions on, can sometimes be with people who have maybe aren't engaging with it as critically, because they can. I guess it really depends on like the kind of thing that it is, but
I think we are tripping up about the definition of critically here. Because again, critically to me doesn't necessarily mean like I'm reading this, but I'm acknowledging that it's bad. That's not what that means to me. So I think
I don't think so either. But I have noticed that the reason why I say critically specifically is that I feel like sometimes the way that fans engage with it are kind of uncritically. And I mean that specifically maybe we are tripping on. Let's pause for a second.
Okay, I don't think that you can be in a fandom for something and not be engaged with it critically because you're thinking about it way too much. You know, like you are like engaged in it. You're like if you're in a fandom, you're face deep in something. And I don't think it's possible to do that without being engaged in something critically. I'm not saying that you have to criticize everything wrong and you have to be thinking about how bad something is, but like you are as a person, like are very aware of who Stephenie Meyer is as a person, what she's trying to accomplish, you are engaging when Twilight critically. Like from an academic term, I'm using the academic term of like critically engaging in something.
Oh, okay. No, that
Yeah.
that makes sense. I feel like sometimes people like the ways that people. I think I've had people specifically tell me I'm not engaging with something critically because I've enjoyed it. So I feel like that's partially why I'm so caught up on like.
Yeah, that's the
I
danger
guess I feel like
of
I'm a little caught up defending myself, even though
yeah.
there's nothing to defend against.
Yeah, you're not you don't have to defend yourself with me. I'm not attacking you. I think that your perspective is super valid and true, and like I love it. I think it's a matter of taste at this point. Whether like me liking
Yeah,
it versus you disliking it, and that's fine. But I think this is kind of the danger of
okay.
like academic terms getting out into the wild and being watered down, you know?
No, definitely. I feel like that's definitely like a thing that happens. Like I feel like that happens with every single term, especially when things kind of become like I can say psychoanalyze, but I could also just mean I'm engaging with something critically.
Yeah, it's the
Like,
same
but I
thing.
specifically psychoanalyze.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
That's just
specifically do
how
psychoanalyze. I
well,
specifically make charts.
well, see, that's the lens in which you're critically analyzing something. You've also got things like a Watsonian lens versus a Doyleist lens, and for those at home that don't know what that means, it's specifically inspired by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and Sherlock, and the way that Watson might sort of engage with Sherlock's actions, who is a character in the book, is going to be different than how Sir Arthur Conan Doyle is engaging with the actions of Sherlock. Like, there's two different explanations. And most people kind of prefer Doyleism. Like, in academic spaces, you're expected to have a Doyleist sort of reading of it because Watsonian readings of things aren't particularly useful because at the end of the day, the answer to why he does that is because it's a mystery book and like he needs a mystery to solve. But you can like expand that conversation out. But you look at like a series like game theory or like film theory, like Matt Pat and his stuff. He's very Watsonian to the point that it's like annoying, and he refuses to engage in the stuff that he's looking at with a critical lens because he doesn't really care about the context things are made in. So it gets a little frustrating to try to talk to people coming at media from that place as somebody who's personally more invested in an academic readings, and I'm finding that more and more as I get older, I'm kind of like leaving behind channels like that, and I'm more interested in channels like our good friend Anthony's channel, who, has like some academic achievements under his belt, but is more interested in talking about the academic reading of it, the critical reading of it, the Doyleist reading of it. You've also got channels like Jacob Geller and Lady Knight the Brave, and they're analyzing these works, yes, and talking sometimes for hours about a specific book, things that they love most of the time, but they're not. It's the way they're thinking about it, and it's not necessarily how much you enjoy it or like hate it. It's more about how you think about something, I think. And I don't think people should ever feel guilty for loving something that nobody else likes.
Yeah, I think that I understand like what you're saying, and I feel like I came into this like with a lot of like my like outside things, and it didn't have necessarily to do. I mean, there's definitely some things that you've talked about that I've disagreed with.
That's okay. That's
um,
okay. Do you
but
not like me saying that
no,
sci-fi is
no,
a
like
type of
I mean,
fantasy
like
either? I will defend that one to the grave.
no,
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
one thing you're talking about, like how like, okay, maybe okay, this might be an outside of this, because I like a lot of it has to do with
Mm-hmm.
religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
um, oh, I can okay. Specifically, a thing that I disagree with you about is that I feel like sometimes religion can be a good thing. It can be a good thing. It really depends on where the person is coming from. It because I feel like engaging with yourself spiritually, I mean, just from a mental health perspective, can be really beneficial. And that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be ascribed to any specific religion. That's kind of one of the best things about being spiritual is you don't have to and so
Mm-hmm.
like some of so I feel like I disagree with the fact that I don't think religion is inherently um detrimental to like a person, especially
Mm-hmm.
like I mean the ways that I look at it. I'm very pagan.
Uh-huh.
Um and
Are you
specifically
sure you want to start this
like
conversation? This is like a whole other kettle of fish. But my big
yeah,
question
no,
to
like
that
we
is
don't have to talk about this.
do you think as a person, because you're religious or sorry spiritual, that you are fulfilled in any way more than I am, that you're smarter than I am, that you're
Oh
getting
no.
anything out of that's my point, is that like most people will say no, and then I'm like, so what's the point? That's kind of where I
I
tend to
feel
come
okay.
from. If I can arrive with the same level of satisfaction, but still believe in the material world, then what point does religion?
Yeah,
But
I
that's
mean
like
I
a whole
believe in the
other
material world and
that's a whole other conversation. That
I feel
like
like
yeah.
I do. Okay, so I am gonna say, and then we can. I feel like I'm gonna hop off. I think that after this, I'm gonna hop off. I
Okay.
really enjoyed talking about this.
Yeah.
But I feel like in some ways, like the way that I engage with myself spiritually is different than the way that I engaged with myself before I engaged with that. But
Mhm.
that has nothing to do with your capacity. That has to do with
Mhm.
my own capacity.
Mhm. Yeah.
I don't think that anyone can tell you that XYZ is the case. Like, oh, you would be so much better if you were spiritual. You'd be so
Mhm.
much better if you were religious. That just has nothing to do with you can't prove that. The
Yeah.
whole reason why I feel like being spiritual is such a self thing, the thing that you have to figure out, so like if that's a thing that you want to do, like not you specifically, but just the nebulous you.
Yeah.
Um, it's so I don't think anyone can ever say that any one person would be better if they were spiritual because they're not that person.
Yeah. I, yeah, I mean, like we could. There'll probably be, I'm sure, an episode in the future where I talk about this sort of thing, but time and place, I think, because
Time and place, yeah. If
I
we
could
can,
have a whole academic lecture about this, but
and I would love to be a part of that. I would
okay,
probably join, yeah.
yeah, feel free to join the
I think that this
Discord.
is where I am in the Discord.
Okay, perfect. I mean, I guess you'd have to be
So
to be in this call. Sorry, ignore me.
I definitely yeah, I feel like that's probably where my that's where my points lie. But I
Mhm.
really enjoyed talking today.
Absolutely, thank you for coming on the channel.
Yeah. Um, hope everybody has a good night, and I'll probably be listening to everybody else's points too.
Okay, lovely. Well, you have a great rest of your night. It was wonderful meeting you. Alrighty, who was the next person? It was Sparrow. All right. Actually, I'm going to address some things in the chat first. Sorry, Sparrow. Okay. Okay, I think that we're probably good to grab the next person. Um.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you're quiet.
Oh no.
Can you turn up sensitivity on your end anymore? Or have you cranked on my end?
Oh no. I can just raise my voice. Just hang on.
Okay. I think I might be able to actually also. Yeah, I think. Can you talk again?
Hello.
Okay, that should be fine. Can you introduce yourself and talk about what you would like to go over in our little discussion?
You can call me Sparrow, and I am gonna talk about. Has fast fashion been talked about, like regarding books, the book industry?
No, but I am so excited for this conversation. I'm drooling. Let's go.
Okay, we've got this. I've noticed it was brought up in chat
Yes.
earlier, and
Yes.
like, I absolutely loathe it, but, here's the big elephant in the room. It's essentially what saved the publishing industry, I feel, because a lot of the times, like, people encourage, like, oh, book hauls, and then never engage with those books. And, like, I've noticed that like influencers that are sponsored like have like things that like they have like oh book hauls or
Hmm.
it's interesting actually.
I mean, the reason that this is the case is because, say it with me now, capitalism.
Like the publishing
Yes.
industry doesn't have to be like this way, but because books are considered a commodity and a luxury,
So is
it's
art in general, you know?
yeah, art in general, yeah. Because books are considered a commodity, any art form, it makes it a endeavor to publish. Like I actually personally think that self-publishing is a good thing, even if like it has turned out a lot of stinkers.
Mm-hmm. Well, and going back a little bit to the beginning of the stream to genre, this is specifically like pop literature. It's meant to
Mm-hmm.
appeal to the masses, and then that goes on to support the creator to then make more stuff to appeal to the masses, and it's like a cycle. Whereas
Yes.
like folk art, like folk literature, folk tales, you can just keep doing that and you don't have to worry about capitalism beyond what you need to do to support yourself. So like something that if I may make a comparison, what about like fan fiction that is then goes on to be to receive fan bindings? Do you know the do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, I'm aware of those.
So
It I
like that I
it's
think is in
interesting.
direct sort of competition with pop literature,
Mm-hmm.
I think. Because it's like it's a folk art, folk literature, folk tales that are made to just be enjoyed by the creator for themselves and maybe a small amount of people around them, and then someone that loved that story so much printed it out and created a book for it. And they made it because they love that piece of art, not because they want money, not because they want fame and recognition, but it was for the love of that art and for the people that love that art. And there's
Mm-hmm.
no sort of capitalist or prestigious influences on that art. And in some ways, people say that that means that folk art is the purest form of art, and I don't really want to take it in that, you know, like I kind of resent that a little bit. I think folk art's really important, and I think that it's a shame when folk art gets taken out of its context. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with pop art, and there's nothing wrong with, like, prestigious art as well. And I don't really know how to kind of translate art music to, like, art, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I'm trying to formulate my words, one sec.
Yeah, take your time, my friend.
There's a particular like thing about like the fast like the industry itself that
Yeah.
makes me interested. Like the fact that we have a blending like like hmm,
Like the blending of genres, like
not the
romantasy.
blending. Yeah, but here's the big but. It's more of like the blending of the age demographics. Like younger audiences are expected to go to YA and then to new adults to and it's like,
Where's the line drawn?
where is the line drawn? And like, why is Sarah J. Maas books right next to the kitty books? Not like kitty books, but like teenage books in like some libraries. It's like,
There's something really interesting where like Harry Potter and like again Patooey I disavow, but like
yes.
started as like a middle grade fiction, and then
Yeah.
by the fourth book you're like, wait a minute, I'm reading YA.
Yeah, it like even through series, it does like there's a line that's crossed, and like it's. I would say that um. Hang on, I'm reading the chat. I feel like the problem with the demographic thing is that I've heard like from the grapevine, like 'cause I'm trying to get into middle grade, that middle grade is so like needed. Like not no one wants to write middle grade anymore because
Yeah, but they were so big when I was a kid, like the treehouse, magical treehouse books, and like Goosebumps. Like I loved, like that was how I really got started reading and what like engaged my passion for reading. I was like a little bit younger than the middle grade was aiming for. Like I was younger elementary school when I started reading middle grade, but having something like that for me to grab onto that appealed to me was how I started like I just kind of like ate through that like so quickly because I loved it so much. And then people were like, oh, we need to give you like more, and they started giving me YA and then adult books, and I was reading at an adult reading level before I was in middle school, and that was because the proliferance of middle grade books for me to cut my teeth on.
Yeah, like I hear now it's like very like a very like new middle grade books aren't being made as much because like of like people are afraid to do that, or they'd rather have somewhat of a more lucrative like
Young adult or new
yeah
adult, yeah.
yeah. And also I would like to say, like, you heard of Fourth Wing? My friend read it. They said that reads like a YA with smut just inserted in.
Ooh. Actually, a book that I recommended to you, and I know it's still sitting on your shelf, and you haven't read it, and it's hurting my feelings a lot. Silverwing.
Yeah, Silverwing. Yes, I'm going to read it.
That's a middle grade book, actually. But it's very dark, and it does have some elements that you would more heavily associate with YA. So it's like this bridge between middle grade and YA, I think.
Squeaker says, Crim, Sparrow, help me. I've gone down the rabbit hole of book talk reviewers. Good lord, I hope this is rage bait. Peak fast fashion, reading, skimming, only reading dialogue, complaining about too many words. Apparently the OG was rage bait. Too many comments agree, apparently, though. Help me.
Well, like the original book talk before there was book talk was Spark Notes, where they would just read the Spark Notes and not actually read the book. Which drove me crazy.
Paige says there's unfortunately a big deal of book bans in schools that's going to affect school libraries. Yeah, that's why I said afraid when engaging in middle grade books, because, like, especially Florida and other southern states,
Yeah.
it's
Why write
why
middle grade if you know that it's gonna be banned?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want kids to have good things to read, though. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
so that's why I am going to write something. Squeaker says at least Spark Notes give the general plot. LMAO. Oh my gosh. I feel like a lot of people would have a lot, like, the people you're talking about, Squeakers, would have a lot more fun reading an Otome visual novel. It even has the same level stink.
Yeah, and I also think that, like, again, like, this is something I brought up earlier, and I think you were around, where it's like, I think that oftentimes, especially with YA shonen and shoujo, quote-unquote, genres, is that it's not really a genre. It's like it's a demographic, rather than actually like giving you a vibe of what the book is going to be like. Yeah,
we
many
talked
times.
about this like a week ago.
Yes, and I think we talked about it again like a month ago. It's like this is a regular thing that we talk about, I think.
Yeah, like, I want to get into writing, like officially selling my stuff. So, like, that's why I like talking about it. But, like, a good channel I would recommend is Reads with Rachel, since she actually goes on the front lines in Florida and advocates against book banning in her children's districts.
Nice, very nice.
Yes, and she's talked about. I've watched her middle grade book, like her middle grade, like, what's it, like, overview about, like, the publishing there multiple times, and it's very fascinating how there is a lack of middle grade now.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like, I didn't even know that because it's not something that I follow. I'm not middle grade. I don't read a lot of middle grade books these days, but that kind of sucks.
Yeah, let me link the thing in Show and Tell.
Okay, if you go and you can join my Discord in the link down below, by the way, and you can get access to that. Also, while you're down there, if you haven't liked the stream, like the stream, please. Feed me. I'm starving and withering away on this Christmas season. Do you want me to die in the cold? And if you're watching the VOD, leave a comment and don't forget to subscribe. Thank you.
You've like anything else to say about the demographics being like blurred in a way?
I actually, slightly related, I find it very fascinating that the books that we put in grocery stores, like towards they're all books aimed at middle-aged women.
Yeah.
And, like, can we talk about how that's kind of sexist? Like, assuming that the people in the store getting groceries are all middle-aged women. So that's where we're putting the middle-aged woman books, because women be shopping.
I don't go to, like, places like Target or Walmart out of principle, but, like, that sounds fucking vile.
I mean,
what?
I don't really go to those either. I don't really know how grocery stores work in the States, but, like, the grocery store that I go to is a local franchise.
Let's see.
And it, like, is supplied by, like, local farmers, but it also gets, like, imported stuff as well. But, like, you'll have, like, the produce and meat and dairy section, like, stuff that's specifically, like, oh, this is all stuff that's local and, like, that's, like, from Canada and from this area. And then you'll, like, go over to, like, the little aisles where everything's in boxes and tins and, like, who knows where that's coming from.
Oh, wow.
You know. Like it'll often say, but like you do have sections like, yeah, this is like the farmers market part of the grocery store, and basically like every
Mhm.
grocery store that I've ever been to in Canada is like that. And I've been to Walmart before, and they have like groceries there, and I will say it's like fundamentally different than the places I go grocery shopping. Um, but when like somebody in my neighborhood anyway, or somebody in my province, or somebody that I know is like, we're gonna go to the grocery store, it's not Walmart or Target. We don't have Target anymore. That didn't last very long. It would be like a grocery store that is that like farmers market plus like other stuff like baking needs and like noodles and tomato sauce and like cans of soup. You know, I don't know what it's like in the States, but that's what it's like up here. In Nova Scotia anyway. I can't really speak for anything outside of that though. I guess I've like gone to Toronto, and I've gone grocery shopping in Toronto, and it's pretty much the same, and in Montreal as well. So yeah, I think that maybe grocery stores in Canada might be a little bit different than they are in the States.
I've been to Target a couple times. They do have books and clothes, but
Yeah.
like and food, but like I hear they're stinky, so I tend to avoid them.
Yeah, but if you just go to one of these grocery stores, it's like there is like a little section near the cash register where there's just like a bunch of magazines and books, and it's always stuff aimed at like middle-aged women.
Oh wow, that's sexist.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure it's pretty common across the country, and I'm sure that there's a couple places they do it in the States as well.
So yeah, I
Like,
posted.
please like the vid if you like the marketplace of ideas.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, like I read one of the comments. I opened the video, and it's like she has the person I talked about. She has talked about how like people from out out of county would come into their county to advocate for banning books.
Mm.
So like yeah. And like they talk about parental rights when and it's like your right to parent whose child? Like that kind of thing.
Mm. Yeah.
Like people would rather go and actively ruin the lives of other children than parent their own children.
Yep. And it's also like what are the people that are banning these books saying about those books, and what are they saying about society?
Yeah.
And like I think the act of banning books is saying a lot. Like that is a political action. It is a statement of morality and intention, and I think I should think we should talk about it more instead of just this thing that happens sometimes. And what books are banned and what books aren't. For example, one of my most beloved books of all time, Irreversible Damage by Abigail Schreier, despite the harm that it's doing, is not a banned book. And many people engaging with that book aren't just engaging on it's like, how do I like stamp out the transgenderness in my child? It's also like what is our society doing to trans people, specifically to transgender men and boys.
Yeah. They want to ban things that are considered morally wrong, but their idea of things that are morally wrong are fundamental. Like
I would love to actually push back against that. I don't think that's what they're doing. I think they're banning books that they want to hide from people. Because
hide, yeah.
banning a book, it doesn't actually condemn or condone. It's I should say, just because you ban a book doesn't mean that it's condemned, and or like just because you don't ban a book doesn't mean you condone. It's more about hiding a specific viewpoint from a group of people than anything, and it's usually because you don't trust the general public to make the right decision. And I think the reason that libraries allow irreversible damage on its shelves is the same reason they allow Mein Kampf on the shelves, because we should be studying those books. We should understand what they're saying, and we should be able to think about those things and then think critically about them and be like, hey, this is how transphobia works in our modern society, and this is how it's hurting people.
Man? You sound distressed.
Me?
Yeah, a little distressed.
Yeah, I don't like this book. It makes me mad.
Okay. Let's pivot the topic and call the book banners very fascist.
Yeah,
they are
fuck
fascist.
you guys. Anyway.
And the way, back to fast fashion.
Yes.
The way that hyper consumerist works is that people want to show off their collection.
Yeah.
And it's like, I like collecting things too. Don't get me wrong. I have the collection autism. But here's the thing. When you have a book and you have it rotting on the shelf, like my poor Silverwing. I'm sorry, I'm gonna read it soon. I have time now.
I'm not actually. I understand. I'm not actually that hurt about it.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to think about how people have turned reading into a race, because also Goodreads, which is partnered with Amazon, I think it's actually owned by Amazon actually. Goodreads has read this many things, read that many things, reading contests basically, where you are you reading the book actually, or are you just skimming the book kind of thing?
Yeah.
This also goes to the lack of literacy and the I hate to bring up pop sci, but it's similar to people reading scientific articles, or reading scientific articles and getting the completely wrong message out of them and writing about that and putting it into a magazine where most people read it, because pop sci isn't paywalled while scientific journals are paywalled. So the things you have no access to, basically you would not be able to read it, right? Because I have access to lots of them because of college, but I'll be losing the access and will have to pay. Very sad, very sad. But pop sci, one thing that came across to me was someone, the Guardian, I think it was the Guardian, writing that because of the wildfires in Canada, I think you're familiar with that.
Yeah, because they happened in my city.
Yeah, the wildfires in Canada, in Halifax, stuff like that. They temporarily caused the Earth to have the plants to have a net negative on the what's it called? I went to college for this. The carbon cycle. The carbon cycle.
Yeah.
And this is on the spot, so I'm feeling spicy. I was a little concerned. I read the article and said, "Oh, a temporary thing," and they were making a big deal out of it when it was something alarmism shouldn't be a thing about climate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it should be a concern, but you shouldn't be doomer about it. And they were being low-key doomer about it. And
And that. Go ahead.
I think we pals on the server, they were also freaking out about it, and I was like, that's how I got spaghetti. Not spaghetti Bella, but like, I did a little like thing about the fact that a
Like a
little
lecture.
PowerPoint
Yeah.
about it, and
it's interesting because this is like where topics such as media literacy actually become important, because media literacy is not really about literature, it's about politics and philosophy and propaganda. But the thing is that you can cut your teeth and practice media literacy with fiction. And then when it comes to like, hey, doomerism and alarmism, and like, hey, is this like something we need to worry about? How should I engage with this? Why is this story being presented in this way? You've already asked that question many times because you read fiction. You're so used to asking, why is this story being presented in this way? That you can now more easily answer it when you're actually looking at something important that does affect our material, tangible world. Okay. But if you're just like fast fashion, like hyper consumerism books, and you're never asking those questions, then when somebody comes around to say something like that, you're just going to eat it. You're going to eat it, and you're not going to think about it, and you're just going to internalize it without even questioning it, and that can be dangerous.
Okay, I found my words.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, like, it's the article I'm talking about was talking about carbon sequestering in sinks, which forests are in fact a sink, but here's the reality is that most carbon is absorbed by the ocean and by water itself, as in carbonic acid, or it also gets absorbed by algae, like diatoms or seaweed, stuff like that. And the article talked about the ocean not being a functional carbon sequesterer, but like that's the article they cited. I read the article since I had access to it. The article they cited said it is a possibility, but like it was talking about a hypothetical, and they didn't have any evidence that it would be what's the epoch that it happens? But there was an epoch like 100,000 years ago where the ocean released a lot of carbon because it was saturated, but this hasn't been to the point.
Yeah, like there, it's not complicated. Like, on one hand, you do have certain people that are like, oh, well, just, the earth cycles. So, like, we're not actually going through climate change and human-made climate change. But we're also like, oh, humans are destroying the earth and it's all going to be gone in, like, 20 years and there's nothing we can do. It's not really one or the other. It's both. And we need to be conscious of what we're doing to the earth, but also, like, the earth will be okay, and it's not the end of the world, and like we can recover from it. We just need to put the work in to do that.
I have one more thing to say, that I'm done.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, like what you said about like when people's media literacy coincides with reality is the fact that a lot of people don't understand when they're being baited or clickbaited or rage baited, and it's like the news cycle has also fallen into this trap where
Absolutely.
And like people tend to like, especially because the problematic news sources tend to not have a paywall, while the
progressive ones do.
The progressive ones have a paywall, and they still have advertisements, and it's very weird. And it's like, what standards do people have to like reading something in real life and like thinking, yes, this is real, when they don't check the sources? And I read that most people just read the title of the article too, and don't even read the entire article.
Speaking of fast consumerism, and they're more like, hey, look at this article that was written, rather than like wanting to engage critically with the article.
Yes, absolutely. Which is why like a lot of people tend to fall into the doomerism cycle, because the click, like, even if the article was well thought of and written with grace, a lot of the times, I think Anthony's talked about this, a lot of the times, like, the higher-ups would go in and change the title of the article to be clickbait.
Yep, they've done that to him.
Yes, that's why he's talked about that.
And he's very,
it's
fucking CBR.
It's awful. It's awful.
Yep. Was there anything?
Feels stupid. Like, I feel like I've been stuttering a lot more than usual today.
You're good. You've been fine. You've been fine. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
I think that's fine.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you for coming on. As always, it's lovely to have you.
Yeah, sorry for the stutter.
It's okay.
Like, I had to find. I'll link the article too.
Great. Then that'll be in the show and tell section of my server. That would be in the show and tell.
And I will explain the article too. Yeah. I'm more eloquent when I'm typing. Let's say that.
Yeah, and you can join my server in the description down below. Okay. Thank you so much, Sparrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Now, poor Paige has been waiting. I'm gonna bring her on now. Hopefully she still has some time to talk. I'm so sorry. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. The internet at my dad's is kind of spotty, so if it cuts out, just let me know, okay?
Okay, you sound great, though.
Perfect. Good.
All right, what did you want to talk about?
Oh gosh, I'm checking my little post-it note because I was jotting down things at work.
Thank you for being so dedicated.
I just wanted to come on. If I was going to come on, I wanted to make sure I had something to say.
Perfect.
Like, because Basil honestly said a lot of my thoughts about like the kind of criticism with romance and the kind of the, where it's like there is definitely things to criticize. Don't get me wrong, but if you're not aware of kind of like the underlying assumption of sexism that can kind of pervade those questions, is very easy to just kind of fall prey to them, you know?
Yep. Well, this is like a stupid book made for stupid girls. Rather than like, yeah, I don't like this book, but like, can we engage with it as a piece of literature? Like, those are two fundamentally different approaches and different sentences. And it's very frustrating as somebody that does have a lot to say about things they don't like, but also has like very much thought out why I don't like the things I don't like. You know, it's just frustrating to try and have those conversations with people that don't even want to like engage with it in the first place.
And it's like frustrating because like it's like the fact that there are real criticisms will be used to fuel the reactionary function of it, rather than kind of like everything has real criticisms and you need to look at them. But the fact that it's like it just makes it so much harder to have a good faith conversation when there are problems.
Yep. I think for me, so as I mentioned earlier, I saw Wicked the other day, Friday, and I didn't want to like it, but because I love Wicked so much, I watched it and I ended up liking it more than I like the musical for many different reasons. But I think it's important that like and then I ended up surprising myself or being surprised. But like, actually, I enjoyed this part. I enjoy this and I enjoy that. There are some things that I still not very fond of, but I think if I had just written off Wicked as like, oh, it's like hyper feminine now and it's like too bubbly and they make Glinda too like peppy and like just I don't like it. I think that like that's falling into those misogynistic stereotypes, because I think that Wicked, the musical and the movie, was definitely written more for women, which is fine. Whereas the book is definitely a lot more neutral, I think, in its demographic, which is interesting.
No, I've only watched the musical like 10 years ago. I haven't read the book yet, so I don't have a ton of opinions on between the two. I'd like to see the movie, but
it is very much
no,
like,
I wouldn't be.
You know those like the fairy tales that get adapted into Barbie movies? It is like that, but here's the thing, I do kind of like some of those Barbie movies.
That actually did bring up something I did want to talk about.
Oh, let's go. I've read your mind. We are on the same wavelength.
Because I was starting to low-key make a campaign in Anthony's thing to get him to watch Barbie Fairytopia.
My favorite one is, I think it's actually my favorite telling of this story ever. It's The Princess and the Pauper. I think it's my
very good
favorite Barbie movie. Yeah. It's got like the best villain ever. Like Preminger, let's freaking go. Maybe I should have
like
put him on my Hear Me Out on Mothra's server. I think she would have. I think they would have killed me.
That would have been too easy. That's too easy. Listen,
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I got flagged for putting a 9-foot alien with tentacles on his face, and I was told that was a normie take. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Jesus. The Tumblr girlies are so mean about their Hear Me Out lists. Jesus. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so you wanted to talk about, like, the Barbie stuff or, like, the hyper feminine stuff, I'm assuming. If not, then, like, ignore me.
No. It's, like, while we're saying the thing about, like, animation and the, like, those not being genres, those are audience that you assume will watch your product. However, those audiences, those tools, tend to also communicate genre or communicate possibility of the genre. They're kind of secondary dressing that help indicate.
Yeah, like YA is such an interesting example of that because originally it was like kind of like a sexist tool to use against female authors to be like, hey, I wrote this fantasy stories, or I wrote this dystopian novel, or I wrote this, or I wrote this romance, and because the writer is female, it's like, we're going to shunt you off to YA. But now, because we've kind of shunted them off, like these books that are aimed at young women that appeal to like coming of age stories, like dystopian save the world, hero's journey, like sort of thing, but for women, there is now all these tropes that we associate with YA, even though it's not really a real genre, in the way that like romance, fantasy, like Sword and Sandals, Grimdark is.
And like that's an interesting thing of like how the audience versus the author experience genre. And how much marketing kind of goes into it. Like another thing I wanted to bring up is like how it's similar in the capitalist vein, like that kind of shunting into a prescriptivist view of genre and who can enjoy it will often end up tapping good art. And like the example I always like to think of is how Young Justice was canceled early because it was appealing too much to girls, according to
They've
it's
done
just like
for a lot of those things, though. They did the same thing for Teen Titans.
Which is wild, because you think you'd want a big audience, but it's like, no, we don't want to compete with each other. We'd rather keep it segmented and rigid, rather as not as a tool for kind of like informing your lens and informing your creativity. We want this to be how you go in and how we know we can market you, how we know we can put you in a box.
Well, there's also, God, okay, so this is going to take me on a little bit of a tangent. I can't remember what it was called, but there was a pilot, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was, but let me do some Google foo. Because it's hard to find now. Okay, so there was this pilot that was released and it was created by, I knew who it was. Yeah, it was made by Lauren Faust. So the creator of My Little Pony. Friendship is Magic. And this was like a short, it was like a pilot that came out in 2012. And it starred Wonder Girl, Supergirl, and Batgirl, and it was called Super Best Friends Forever. And this was her pitch for a superhero show aimed at middle grade and teenage girls. But they never made it because it had too much crossover with the crowd that was watching Teen Titans and Young Justice. It could possibly appeal to boys, would be competing with itself. Much later, a show called DC Superhero Girls was made.
Hero Girls? Yeah.
DC Superhero Girls. And I will bring up little images of them. And this one is much more clearly aimed at, hold on, I will bring it up. I'll just put it in Photoshop. So, oh no, it's in the back layer. So this is Super Best Friends Forever. It was a comedy, action sort of thing, but people don't want to make, comedy action for girls, really. So instead, that idea that Lauren Faust made was developed and changed a lot into Superhero Girls, DC Superhero Girls. And I personally think that it kind of suffered for it. Also, there's a whole other thing that we could talk about of why Donna Troy isn't in anything ever, but that's a whole other thing. I've activated Anna Marie's trap card. We can talk about this at some other time. Anna Marie, I know that DC accidentally activates those for you quite often. Hot take, Young Justice the cartoon is bad. Hey, you know what, Anna Marie, you know what I have to say to that? You're absolutely fucking right. I hate that cartoon. As somebody that is a fan of the original 90s Young Justice, I hate it. I despise it. It's just the Jeff Johns run of Teen Titans with a thin veneer of Young Justice on it. But anyway. Yeah. I know that Lauren Faust is still the head runner for the DC Superhero Girls. I just liked the premise of Super Best Friends Forever way more as an action comedy, and I just loved it so much. It was it felt very much like a grown-up Powerpuff Girls almost, with elements of I don't know, it was very fun. I really liked it. And I'm sad that we didn't really get to see her original vision, and it was kind of hyper feminized instead. Because DC Superhero Girls was made to sell dolls. There are dolls of all these characters. You know. Also, Wonder Woman is not a girl. She's a woman. But I'm not going to mince words here.
Wonder Girl. And yeah, like I think that is probably like the best tangible example I have of like how both prescriptivism in genre and how that intertwines capitalism and how that stunts good art. Because like, and I'm sure DC Hero Girls has its fans and has its impact, but like we are robbed of a more unique thing.
Yep, because we have to make sure that the thing we're making appeals to girls. And I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was talking about how a lot of the fast literature, I don't want to call it literature, but like book talk, like hyperconsumption of books, what often happens, and this has happened for quite a while, is that rather than like an author being like, I have a story to tell, what will often happen is that a publishing company will offer up like bids almost. I think that is kind of still how they're doing it. They'll be like bids, and they'll be like, hey, we want someone to write a book about this, and we wanted to hit this, and this plot beat, and feature this kind of protagonist in this setting because that's what's trending right now. And then a writer will grab that and give their pitch, and if they win that bid, they'll get the rights to publish that. And I think that's an awful way. I think that's an awful way to make art. I hate that.
I feel like the end point of that model is that a bunch of publishing houses putting up AI to make that.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now. That's the thing. That's what's starting. It's already happening on Amazon. And people like making AI books, and it's hurting me because my it's like, why would I bother reading a book that nobody bothered writing? Like, what's the point?
Yeah, no, it's really frustrating. And like, again, schlock and genre and lighter reads have always been a thing. It has always existed. And again, it's kind of assuming that like romance is inherently schlock, that it inherently can't be deep or interesting or even appeal to men.
I mean, like, romance historically was very popular even before like the like contemporary literature movement.
Just like, most of us will not slay dragons, but a lot of us will fall in love.
Yep, absolutely. I think that's why the romance in a lot of stories, even if it's not the core focus, appeals like across. Is that it doesn't matter how much money you have, what race you are, what culture you're from. Most people will engage in romance or a deep personal connection with another person of some kind. Not everybody, but it is one of the most universal things out there. So
yeah, just like if you're if you're that isolated, then well, you're not going to make or consume media, and it's a social experience. That's an entire point of genre and the like. It is to communicate.
Yeah, you can, even if you're not somebody that's like, even if you're on like the Arrow Ace spectrum, you can still rotate it around your head in your mind. Like, you know, I was like, interesting. The human experience. I'm gonna think about that for a while, and I'm gonna read this book to think about it. Like, personally, I honestly find a lot of fiction, books, and movies and arts and music made by Jewish people, speaking of the Jewish experience, something that's very fascinating to me, even though I'm not Jewish. But like, I like Fiddler, you know, like I like Hallelujah. I think they say something, and like, or like, you know, like Prince of Egypt, also a Jewish movie, and like people that call it Christian, kicking you in the pants, get out of here. It was made by Jewish people. The entire cast was Jewish people. Get out of here. And I like those stories because it's like speaking from a place of often of oppression and like tragedy, but overcoming it. And you know, I find that sort of story appealing, and I think that we don't necessarily have to have experienced those things to find them appealing, but just the essence of them being the human experience is what makes them interesting to read about. Whereas,
absolutely,
I've said, I don't want to go there, but like we're going to take a little bit of a detour to, if you don't mind, to Steven Universe without naming any specific names. But I think that, like, people that get mad about Steven Universe and how it treats the Nazi family members, or whatever you want to say, I think people that get upset about that, it's like, but the thing is that most children aren't going to encounter dictators in their day-to-day lives. They are going to
But they might
encounter
they might encounter an overbearing grandma that wants things exactly how she sees them and will assimilate you if you disagree.
Yeah, and like misgender you and mistreat you, yada yada yada. I honestly think that Steven Universe and a movie like Encanto have a lot of things in common in terms of themes, and the characters are very similar in that way. But yeah, I won't dwell on that too much. There's a presence here. I can feel it wrapping around me like a dark shadow. But anyway.
Like, I can talk about Steven Universe even in absence of that, because, like, I honestly, not bringing up the thing, that I really loved the show and felt like it really opened my eyes and to explore a lot of different avenues and characters and stories that I just never really considered before. And I remember specifically like the way it approached topics, particularly in Maximum Capacity, that episode. I really love that episode. And I know that it's a very contentious one because, like, yeah, Amethyst is in the wrong in there, and the show shows that she's in the wrong. But like that feeling of like, I feel wrong and hurt and upset, and I don't know what to do with these feelings, so I'm just going to hurt the person next to me. It's like, I felt that. I haven't done that specifically, but I have tried to like say mean things when I'm angry.
Power of Mistakes is a good moment for Amethyst, I think. And like even like a moment like the end, Change Your Mind. I felt so seen. And
it's
like
such a beautiful moment.
And like, no, Steven's not transgender. But as a trans person, I felt so seen in that episode and that end, and I was like, and I think it's so important for people to feel that in the art that they engage with. And I think that can be a really life-changing feeling for a lot of people, to feel seen, especially people that often feel like they aren't seen.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and like the final message of, you don't have to love me or respect me. I do that myself, but I will let you in if you want to take the steps to change. That's part of like frustration of like, oh, it forgives us. Like, it never does. It literally never does.
Yeah, it's just like, like I don't need you to you just said it. I don't need you to accept me. I don't need you to love me. I don't need you to respect me. Like, I don't need to forgive you, and I don't need your apology, sort of thing. Like, I don't need that to continue on with my life. And like, and I think that people that write off a show like Steven Universe is like girly, or like they get mad that like, how come Steven's the main character? Like, I want space rock lesbians instead. Like, let's fucking, what a lame thing to say.
So much. It was like Steven does a lot of versions of like a male character and a female character, and like his unique position as the odd one out amongst the gems, like allowed for a lot of genre flipping and a lot of exploring things that would not work with just another one of the gems.
I'm gonna admit something. I'm gonna confess something. I'm gonna be so vulnerable right now. I was one of those people when Steven Universe first came out. I've been watching it since the pilot, and I was like, I don't like this Steven guy during the pilot because he was not portrayed very flatteringly in the pilot, and I continued to dislike him through season 1, and then Garnet was revealed to be a fusion, and I was like, you son of a bitch, I'm in. That captured me, but I have been watching since the beginning. I was just like, ugh, this is stupid. I want the cool space alien rocks, and the emotional core got me.
It's funny to me because like I was one I probably started when it was only 6 episodes coming in, and
That was about where
I was watching. Yeah, like I went back and watched the pilot and stuff, and I remember watching the plot unfold. And like, don't get me wrong, I love the plot and I love everything, but I don't have any hate in my heart for the early episodes because I also liked watching the characters do their things and interact with each other. And
your,
like,
your internet
honestly,
is a little screwing with your voice a little bit, but I think it's okay now. I don't hold any hate in my heart for it now in the greater context of the show. I think it's more important, but at the time, I was like, ugh. Yeah.
I just think it's funny because like nowadays people do kind of like say to skip the first season, and I just don't feel that way.
Don't do that.
I know like that perception of the slower episodes, and I understand that because I was coming at it from seeing it similar to something like Adventure Time, the kind of more semi-episodic show where you just kind of watch characters do a thing and things advance slowly on their own pace. And approaching it there and slowly watching the plot unfurl and really enjoying that. I like enjoyed every step of the journey.
Me too. I would say that like I was somebody that in the beginning was like Steven Universe is skippable, like there's no point in watching it. But in the greater context of the show, I feel the exact opposite of a lot of people. I feel like the first season is so important to watch to engage with the rest of the show. I think it's so important. And I think without viewing the first season, you have an incomplete experience of the show.
Well, yes, and because like it does like do the genre flip where it starts like the gems as aliens isn't told until basically the season finale of the first season. Like you are fully assuming they are some kind of magical creature the entire time, and they still they talking about that science and fantasy being two is it the same
crossbreeding,
but like the framing totally changes.
No, absolutely. I still think I'd say that Steven Universe is a fantasy though, but again, I do.
Oh yes,
I know people don't agree with me, and I know that Anthony didn't agree with me, but I still think that sci-fi is a subgenre of fantasy. Sorry.
No, I agree.
I'm sorry.
Because like there's plenty of times when I'm watching a quote unquote sci-fi and it's just like that thing is magic. You just want it to sound kind of sciencey.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like I don't fault you for that. I do feel like there are some that I think have evolved kind of past their fantasy roots. Like I feel like the work of Michael Crichton he's like the science fiction guy in my head.
I'm not familiar with his works.
He wrote Jurassic Park.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, no, that I think.
Fine.
Yeah, it's like speculative fiction, but I think that
definitely.
like I think that if you like dig into the roots, it's like a fantastical, larger than life world. Absolutely, absolutely, that's what Jurassic Park is.
Oh yeah, 100%. The thing that I feel like kind of draws it away from being a fantasy kind of thing is something that isn't really done in the movie, but is done in the novel. Which spoiler to a 30-year-old novel, 40-year-old, I don't know.
Dude, I think it was made in like the 80s, so like 40, 50 years old.
So at the beginning of the novel, Dr. Grant is talking about the velociraptors, which Michael Crichton knows he is actually using the wrong species, but he uses the term velociraptor because it's a better word, and he's right. And he's talking about how he's theorizing based on these things that he's seeing in their fossil evidence that he thinks that they specifically tried to steal from eggs. They tried to steal nests and steal eggs a lot. And toward the end of the book, whenever the last few raptors are out and about, he finds a couple of the cloned eggs and is injecting them with poisons. And there's this, I may or may not get the quote exactly right, but he says something like, "This will be the moment that proves me as a paleontologist." And he sets out the poison on the eggs, and the velociraptors eat them. So, like, what won in the end was his understanding of the natural world and using that to overcome the natural world. Kind of the elevating the human and the understanding above the world.
Yep. Interesting.
Like that's where I feel like it kind of science fiction kind of gains its own footing. I still agree definitely that it is still like it is taking a fantastical scenario and just trying to more or less keep the same rules as normal world, but it is still a fantastical scenario at the end of the day, no denying. But I feel like it's on like elevating understanding and human ingenuity is what kind of separates the science fiction versus the fantasy, in my opinion.
I think that also the reason that we sometimes classify things in sci-fi is because of I'm gonna mispronounce this. I just know the verisimilitude of the of the fantasy. Just because it feels like you could occupy that world and like the natural rules make sense and are tangible, that doesn't necessarily, I think, make it not fantasy. So verisimilitude is like the believability of the world, not necessarily the realism, but it's like, yeah, I understand logically how that world could work and how it would be like to exist in it, and I don't have to put too much effort into suspending my disbelief to engage with it as if I was actually there. So I think that Jurassic Park does have that verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. I'm definitely not pronouncing that right, but I love that word.
Verisimilitude. I don't think I've ever heard it pronounced.
Yeah, I've seen it written down a lot of times, but no, I don't think I hear it being pronounced very often either.
Yeah, no, I totally agree that it is. They are like, they're cousins. They're one, fantasy is the dinosaur and sci-fi is the bird.
Or, I think maybe more appropriately, like fantasy is the dragon and sci-fi is the dinosaur. And I think considering the inspiration of dragons was probably like fossils that were found. Kind of partly
like
inspired fairy tales about dragons. I think that's appropriate.
And you'll see like occasionally dinosaurs and the like being used as, it's like that you drew a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the way it's acting, it could be any monster.
Yeah, exactly. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about today, Paige?
I think that's the key things I wanted to get over. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you so much for coming. It's always lovely to have you.
I love being here.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I know I see somebody's hand raised, but the person that I wanted to have on as my special guest is here. And I kind of bumped Paige ahead because she's leaving soon, and she's also one of my patrons in the priority queue tier. So if you're interested in like looking at my Patreon, the link is down below, and there's a couple different tiers. If you're interested and you have the money to spare, the lowest tier is only $1 a month. And there's various other ones that have some bonuses that you might be interested in. But I am going to bring my special guest on now that I contacted ahead of time and asked if he could come on. Also, the paper that I referenced earlier in the video, it was written by this guy. So I'm going to bring him on now. We're going to talk about that paper or whatever else he wants to talk about. I hope you're ready. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, we can hear you. Great. How are you doing?
Good. I exist.
All right. Can you introduce yourself and yeah.
Sure. So, my name is Jordan. I have been doing a whole bunch of things for a very long while. But recently, I have been looking into musicology and paleography, which is a fancy way of saying we do the current system of writing down music is not the only system that has ever existed, and it's not by no means the first system. And previous systems are almost unreadable to modern trained musicians. The system has changed that much. So over the last like 500 years, 500 years, but like 500 to like 1500 years.
Yeah.
And so basically learning how to decode the old systems and translate them. But as refers to the concept of genre, I did write a paper last year on the ways in which, some of the ways in which we start classifying genre in music. Because it's a massive rabbit hole of weird wibbly bits. And I don't know how better to describe it than that.
We mentioned specifically, I believe you used the term in your paper, genre. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Like, pop art and folk.
Yeah. So basically, when you're classifying music or trying to classify bits of music together, there are a bunch of different ways you can do that. Really commonly, we like using intrinsic characteristics of music to classify them. So, like, do they use similar instrument groups? Do they sound kind of similar? Is the music written for a specific purpose? You know, do you dance to it? Do you dance a particular type of dance that requires specific rhythms? Does it follow a particular bass line or a particular chord progression? Can you link it to other pieces by doing that? By saying, okay, well, these all use similar melodic motifs, or these all use similar harmonic motifs, or similar rhythmic motifs. That's all intrinsic to the music. And what prompted this paper was a course that I was taking, where at the beginning of the course, the person who was teaching it threw around the idea of an art music without actually interrogating what that meant. And kept throwing up examples of things that this person considered to be art music without actually thinking, okay, what holds these pieces together other than me calling them all art? Or what holds these into a into a unit? And this, of course, sent my little brain into a mad furor, where I desperately tried over the course of that class to figure out what the hell he was talking about.
May I ask you a question? Is he still teaching?
Yes.
Okay. I'm guessing you don't have any courses with him this semester, though.
No, I do not. I have friends that do.
Oh no!
And I am just waiting. But so anyway, so what I went through I went down a whole bunch of rabbit holes trying to figure out, when did we start thinking of music as art music, as opposed to just the stuff that's made? When did we start calling music popular, as opposed to that stuff we listen to? Or calling it, something that has more to do with its style or something intrinsic to the music? When did we start calling a particular type of music popular, and therefore any music that is not popular, therefore not a popular music?
Yeah.
And what does that mean? And what I came up with through reading a whole bunch of people was that basically by the 1980s there had distilled three general, what in the paper I refer to as genera, but sort of three general genres of music, three general classifications that really have nothing to do with the actual sound, instrumentation, or type of music actually being produced. And those three top-level ideas are art, pop, and folk music. And I dug a little deeper into this and looked at a couple of other people. And interestingly, I found two researchers, Gregory Booth and Terry Lee Kuhn, who in the 1990s were interested in the intersection of economics and music, which is a subject near and dear to my heart. And they made a very convincing argument in a paper that they wrote that ultimately the definitions of folk art and pop, again, reinforce the idea this has nothing to do with the actual sound of the music being produced. It has nothing to do with a chord progression. It has nothing to do with instruments used. The way that we justify or the way that we categorize music into one of those three big categories is what were the economic factors that produced the music?
Yeah, the systems of production, I believe you called it in the paper.
Yes, and
came across,
that is Booth and Kuhn's. Yeah,
it came across to me as a very Marxist reading of genre. I don't know if that was intentional, but me and like another friend I had on earlier, friend of the channel that I had on earlier, was like, yeah, I'm getting some Marxist vibes from that. Was that intentional? Just wondering.
It wasn't intentional for it to be a Marxist definition of music genre. That being said, anytime you relate the production, anytime you relate the thing that is being produced back to the means of production, you are dealing with Marxist analysis.
Yeah. So, whoopsie.
So, no, it wasn't intentional. Is it there? Abso-fucking-lutely it is. And again, that is because you also cannot separate music from the labor that produces the music.
Absolutely.
Many people have tried to abstract that, but you ultimately can't.
I think that goes for like art in general, though. You know.
Yeah. I would agree with that. Although you can, there are cases where people have tried to apply the sort of the Model T Ford assembly line method to art production. But all that does is produce a bunch of copies of an identical piece. So arguably not new art. You're making, oh god, what's her name? The McMansion Hell person. What she would refer to as an ought in all of her marked up PowerPoints.
Okay. Oh, she's the one that criticizes
the depths of the internet that I go to.
Yeah, that you're talking about the person that criticizes McMansions and looks at McMansions and she's like, "Hey, this McMansion sucks." You're talking about that person, right?
Yeah. I'm talking exactly about that person.
I can't remember what her name is either, but I know who you're talking about.
Specifically, every time there's a bit of decor or like a Marshall's mass-produced art thing that is on the wall and was picked entirely because its colors matched the sofa, she would refer to that specifically as an ought in the New York accent.
Yeah. Or like you get like a print that has brush strokes textured on, but it's not actually like part of the piece. It's just like a textured piece of canvas that like a picture was printed onto.
Yeah. But exactly. But anyway, in my the summary of the paper basically is whenever you're trying to classify stuff, it's really important, especially when you're trying to classify art, that you know and are very, very, very aware of whether you are trying to classify something because of some extrinsic property or whether you're trying to classify something by some intrinsic property. Like organ music is all organ music because it was written for the organ. That does not tell you if it was written for the church or if it was written for a theater.
One that I brought up earlier was chamber opera versus stage opera as well.
Same idea. Like
you know, just
it
nothing
is opera,
about.
It is opera in the sense. It's opera in the sense that you are telling a narrative through music in a particular way. But calling both operas does not tell you who it was intended for.
Yeah,
For
just
like
where
what
it.
size intended audience.
Well, it was just, like it was originally written for a stage versus a living room.
Yeah.
And you can kind of take
Exactly.
that and adapt it to backwards or forwards in either direction. Which is interesting. But it tells you
Yes.
nothing about
No,
the themes or anything.
Yeah. It just tells you something sort of extrinsic to the music itself, which is, who is that made for?
Yeah.
And then when you get to the really high levels of abstraction, you get to who paid for it and how was it actually produced, because that's the only thing that any of these things have in common.
Yeah.
Is,
Yeah.
what was it paid? Was it paid for to enhance the prestige of a particular donor or institution? Was it paid for with the intention of turning a profit, or was it not paid for? Was it just someone noodling around for shits and giggles?
Now, can you be very
Um,
specific about which one applies to which? Just for the
yes.
audience and the benefit of them?
Yes, I can. If at least according to Booth and Kuhn, and according to the other people who I cited in that paper that I wrote,
Peter Tagg was another one, I
there-
think, that...
Yeah, Peter Tagg, who came along earlier and was specifically looking at what made popular music popular, and actually largely coined the term popular music in musicology. At least coined the modern interpretation of what that means. But yes, so basically, if the music exists because it is being paid for by a single donor or by an institution for the purpose of enhancing the prestige of that donor, then it is art music. And I'm sorry if that bursts anyone's bubbles. But if music is being paid for, by a producer with the purpose of turning a profit, then it is by definition popular. And if it's just being produced for the hell of it, with, it's not there to enhance prestige, it's not there to turn a profit, it just exists, and you're looking at what would be called a folk music, or a people's music, as opposed to a popular music. What's neat about this is that over time, individual pieces of music will shift through those three genres. And my big example, there are a couple of examples, but in the history of opera, back in 1584, when the first opera was produced in Ferrara in Italy, that was produced specifically to celebrate a marriage, and it was a massive prestige of marriage thing going on. It was funded by a single family who paid for absolutely everything. It was incredibly lavish. It was also part of like a 36-hour festival with a whole bunch of other stuff, and also this opera happening. But it was all about showing off the wealth and power of that ruling family and the stability and sophistication of that ruling family. That opera that was produced is still performed occasionally. It is still tracked out. However, now when it's performed, it is performed in this weird gray area between art and popular. Because unless you happen to be in Germany, where every level of government in Germany is dumping money into opera production, unless you happen to be there, most opera operates with state grants, but also sells tickets with the intent of turning a profit.
Yep.
Like most of the companies now have this combination thing of patronage and also a profit motive. Which means that the same opera, the opera that originally was meant to enhance the prestige of one family, particularly one guy with a lot of money at the head of that family, is now revived because it puts bums in seats and sells tickets and helps companies break even. Which means that it's moving further away from being art in genre and closer to being a popular music in genre. Yeah.
I think...
and then of course, and then of course you get to ones where it's not profitable to produce, it doesn't enhance anyone's prestige, but people still do it, and so it's a folk music. I have fewer examples of that. That's much more rare.
I have some comparisons I'd like to make. Some related to music. It's a bit more contemporary, I think, than the sort of music that you specialize in and study in. But we've had this conversation before, so it'll probably be familiar. Grunge,
Sure.
as a musical creation, started as folk music, then became pop music. So grunge was originally made in like garages, and for like the people that were making it were just making it to listen to it and to be enjoyed. But then like when bands such as Nirvana became popular, it became pop music, even though it was the same music that was being made as folk music, which is interesting, I think. And this is what people in the biz call selling out. But you know,
and what a Marxist would call what happens to production after capitalization.
Yes, that was actually something that I was going to bring up. We live in a capitalist society, and like folk musicians, they're only able to kind of create art and music if their needs are being fulfilled otherwise, and they're doing it in their free time. And in a capitalist society, that becomes very inaccessible to certain people, unfortunately, which is why folk music is kind of relegated these days to people that have a lot of free time, unfortunately. Another thing... Oh, go ahead, Jordan.
No, it just did another bit of wonderful genre bending. If a person who is independently wealthy is making a whole bunch of music, for shits and giggles, but then realizes that perhaps they can do that in order to legitimize themselves in front of, say, their peers, or gain some sort of benefit over other people. By economic definition, that stops being a folk music. It starts being an art music because it's enhancing their own prestige. And the prestige of that pool of capital that's behind them.
Yep. Another thing that I was...
Again, I'm just pointing out why this is so wormy.
Yep,
that's my
exactly.
whole point.
And now, jumping from music, if you don't mind, and kind of getting into the meat of the discussion of what I wanted to bring you on for, is like, I believe that these three genera can be applied to other forms of creative expression. And two big examples is I wanted to talk about like folk tales and how, the same stories that were folk tales passed around by oral tradition to just enjoy stories being told and like the telling of the story, how someone like the Brothers Grimm coming by, putting those in a book and selling that book then became popular, like pop literature. I don't know. Yeah. Even though it's the same book, even though it's the same stories.
Yep.
Another one is fan fiction. Fan fiction is like folk writing. You're making it just to enjoy the creation of writing, and for the few people, it could be 10, it could be 100, it could be 1,000, to enjoy. There's no money to be made, and there isn't really any prestige to be had. Like, you don't really find someone who is popular or prestigious for writing a fan fiction. It's just, oh, I really like this fan fiction, and you don't often care so much who wrote it.
Cassandra Clare, but that's an exception.
I was actually going somewhere with that. That's exactly where I was going. I was going in that direction. So you have one sort of project that comes from that. Do you know what fan binding is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
So fan binding is when a fan of a fan fiction takes that fan fiction, prints it out, and creates a custom, one-of-a-kind bound book. And this was kind of a phenomenon that started with one user on Tumblr, actually, and now it's quite popular. It's like a thing that people do. And I think that's a form of folk art, in my opinion. But now, people on like TikTok and YouTube have noticed that making videos about fan binding is very popular. Or you've got people making fan bindings of like Lord of the Rings, where they like pull out all of the pages from Lord of the Rings and rebind them into a new book. And that comes from the fan binding community, which I think is very interesting. And you kind of have that direction where it's actually because of capitalism and the push to produce creations on like things like TikTok and Tumblr, or not TikTok and Tumblr, TikTok and YouTube. It's kind of seeped back into being pop again. But you've also got like people that make fan fictions and then like scrape the serial numbers off and then just make it into literature again, or novels again. I don't want to call that literature because I don't think it is. But that's also a way that like a folk creation becomes a pop creation as well.
I mean, sure. I mean, you're definitely describing different ways in which you can monetize a folk creation, and at least again, according to Booth and Kuhn, what matters when you're moving from a folk creation to a pop creation, is that it is explicitly being mass produced in one way, shape, or form. In the case of making a one of a kind book and then filming that and putting that on YouTube and monetizing it, you're not monetizing the production. You're not monetizing the book. You're monetizing the video of the production of the book.
This is true. This is true.
Which now does that mean that that's invalid as like, oh, you're not like moving between folk production and popular production? Well, you are. It's just the thing you're producing is the video.
Yeah.
But the important thing, the thing that will make you jump genres in that case, between art, pop, and folk, the thing that makes you jump genres is that change in economic support. It's being mass produced and mass distributed for the explicit purpose of making a profit. Which you can do on YouTube really easily by just turning on AdSense.
Yeah. Like I do. And that's not to say that like pop music is inherently less valuable than art music or folk music. It's like these have no moral like definitions. They're intrinsic material definitions of these things. It doesn't mean that like I've heard some pretty nasty art music. Like some of the experimental stuff that's like, it's just like, you know what? I actually don't want to listen to somebody drag a metal file up and down a violin. I actually don't like that. I think it sucks.
You say you don't like that, and yet, now I 100% am with you on this, that when it comes to saying that there is any sort of moral or qualitative sort of analysis of what is art and what is is there anything intrinsically good about the music that makes it art? Absolutely fucking not. It's art because of the economic method of production. That's what makes it art. Yeah. Same thing with pop, same thing with folk. It's the economic method of production that determines what that is. But you say you don't like experimental music, and yet I know for a fact the horror movies that you have loved that have used exactly that sound.
Yes, but you effect. Listen.
They just used it programmatically to tell a story.
Yeah, listen, you little shit. You know what I mean though. Like I wouldn't like be like I'm gonna like put that into my headphones and listen to it, and I feel so artistically fulfilled. I will also say for the audience, we are using, as many terms that have come up in this discussion have been, we are using the academic definition of art, not the colloquial definition of art. So just because you create something and then sell it doesn't mean that it isn't art in the colloquial sense. It's just we don't have another word for this academically. This is the word that we use. So
And my God, do I wish we did, because
yeah, it makes it confusing.
calling something art and referring to an economic system of production is really complicated when someone says, "But I like my fancy big thing," and
It's
well,
like
okay, well,
it's
I mean, you can love Beethoven, but like if you bought a mass-produced CD of a recording of Beethoven, that's technically pop music. I'm sorry.
yeah, but like people get really defensive. Even when you call contemporary, again, if you call grunge pop music, some people will get very mad at you for that. They'll be
Yeah.
like, Kurt Cobain is rolling around in his grave like a rotisserie chicken. But
Meanwhile, it's on iTunes for sale, being as mass distributed for profit as it possibly could be.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's what we're talking about. We're not saying that like, oh, well, just because you do this, it's not artistic. It's we're trying to engage in a discussion that doesn't really have very firmly defined terms, and that makes it a little challenging.
Yeah, and the big, again, I said this at the beginning, but the big thing is that there are ways of classifying things that are produced. There are ways of classifying art that do relate to the intrinsic qualities of those art pieces. You know, what materials were used, what sort of style, what sort of brushstrokes was the person doing when they made this portrait. How were they thinking about light and dark when they were doing this? Were they thinking about light and dark? Were they just doing weird shapes? Um, there are intrinsic ways that you can relate individual artworks together to form a genre. That's absolutely not what we're talking about. We're talking about an economic systems, and for a bunch of actually a reason that I couldn't find at the time. But for whatever reason, we've decided to use similar words to the ones that define intrinsic genres to also describe all of the other conditions that led to the creation of that piece.
Yeah.
And similar pieces.
Many such cases.
And I wish we had different words, but we just don't.
Many such cases.
And I'm
many
sorry.
such cases. Also, I'm not sure if you can see my screen or not. I don't know if you have the video open, or I guess if you scroll up, you can see it. Hold, I'll send it to you directly. Now this is books. I'm talking about books in this little, but I suppose it could be applied to a few different kinds of mediums. Where did you go? Message. Bam. So I was talking about genre in terms of like the intrinsic values of it, and how it can be almost thought of like taxonomically similar to evolution or biology, and how there's like cross-pollination between them. And one of my takes, and I've been presenting this take to a couple different people to like kind of get their opinion on it, is that I think that sci-fi is a subgenre of fantasy, and that's why there's so much stuff in common with it. Now, I've had some people agree with me and some people disagree with me. I had someone very, very much not agree with that take. But what do you think of like this idea of classify? I know it's not a perfect metaphor, but what's your thoughts and opinions?
God. Well, I should weigh in, and I will piss off many future audience members by saying that I am on the side that sci-fi is a subset of fantasy.
Yep.
I will qualify. I will qualify that by saying that requires that the definition of fantasy be much more broad than Tolkien-esque high fantasy.
Yes, agreed. Well, somebody like the person Anthony came in and was like, well, like this kind of the mother of sci-fi is Mary Shelley, and her Frankenstein is kind of where sci-fi comes from. And I like didn't want to say it, but I was like, I kind of think that Frankenstein is fantasy, but like he was scaring me a little bit, so I didn't say anything.
I
But
mean, if you want to be really pedantic, then you can say it's not actually fantasy or sci-fi. Frankenstein is in fact a philosophical allegory. Uh, but
Jesus. Uh,
and then you can bring all three of them, and you can say discuss, and you give a bunch of first year's aneurysms. That's
now, excuse me. Ooh, I need a little bit of a drink here in a second. So I'll kind of present you with the other part that I was mentioning earlier that you weren't here for, is like some subgenres of fantasy other than sci-fi. So we'll just kind of set sci-fi aside because again, that's making a lot of people mad, but it's okay. Um, and you've got dark fantasy, and then you've got like grim dark, and like Warhammer is often given an example of as an example of grim dark. But because of the way taxonomy works and how evolution works and how we classify these things, they nest into each other. So like, yes, Warhammer is grimdark, but it's also dark fantasy, and it's also fantasy. You could even say it's a fairy tale of some kind, and it's fiction. Like, it's all of those things, but very specifically, it's grimdark. Thoughts on that while I
so
get a drink?
I'm gonna be outing myself as a great lover of the Warhammer philosophy of all of this lore needs to be as vast as a massive ocean and deep as a little tiny puddle. Uh, um, but the as far as I know, a Warhammer 40k Warhammer 40k like tagline at one point coined the term grimdark.
Yes.
Because it's in the grim darkness of the future. There's only war. But part of the Warhammer is a specific case, especially Warhammer 40k. Warhammer Fantasy was a little more staid in it. Warhammer 40k was explicitly a parody of whatever the hell was going on in the UK in the 70s.
Oh, Jordan,
and,
I just want you to know that I have so many people. I don't know how this happened, but there is so many people in my audience that are just like massive Warhammer autists, and they love and they adore Warhammer, and they'll never stop talking about it. So like, I'm just letting you know that you're speaking to them right now in ways I could never speak to them. Just no pressure.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No apologies
but,
necessary.
No,
Thank you. Thank you for appealing to them because I have never done a Warhammer. So
the important thing about Warhammer, Warhammer Fantasy, which was which was frankly the original Warhammer, was meant to be a not a parody. Really, it wasn't really a satire. It was just sort of here's a fictionalized world with a bunch of weird lore explaining how it exists as an excuse to buy models. Here's some interesting stories that happen. And then they think, oh, well, what would happen if we just took this, gave everyone guns, and set it 40,000 years in the future, and turned everything up to 11 and just used this to make fun of Margaret Thatcher. And, um, and thus is born the Imperium of Man, being an impossibly large, cannot possibly hold together, massive empire that is simultaneously the most powerful thing in the world and also dead.
perfect.
The most powerful thing in the universe and also dead. I will get to a point, which is this particularly makes Warhammer 40k really, really hard to classify. Because when they were coming up with source material for 40k, they were actively cribbing from absolutely everything. They were, I mean, the example of this that I think is ridiculous is the Dark Angels and Lionel Johnson, who's the Primarch of the Dark Angels. Your audience knows this. And what wouldn't be known is that Lionel Johnson was a poet in the UK. who was famous for writing a poem called The Dark Angel.
Hmm.
This is an entire faction in Warhammer 40k that is that one joke.
Naturally.
Yeah. I mean, they have subsequently been fleshed out into being kind of Knights of Camelot thing, but it is that one. It started off as that one joke. That's what it is. And then they went straight into Morley and the death of Arthur. Like very much sidestepped very hard into yeah, we're just gonna do Morgan Le Fay and the death of Arthur now. We're gonna be over here. So 40k in this case, where you have it as this nested thing under fantasy, 40k is the only thing I would argue that defies that, only because it is cribbing from absolutely everything intentionally, and is at the point now where it is intentionally riffing and being a satire of itself. Because it is, again, as vast as an ocean and deep as a puddle, you can fold an ocean that is as deep as a puddle any number of times and still get stuff out of it. And that's
Perfect.
exactly what Games Workshop is doing. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's the end of my 40k rant. I have alienated all of them in the audience. I am so sorry.
No, I'm telling you that there is so many. I don't know where they keep coming from, but like the Warhammer boys just circulate this channel like a plague. A plague that I welcome, by the way, but I do enjoy teasing them.
Oh, well, you should always welcome a plague. That'll keep Nurgle happy.
Right. I also just wanted to like ask you if you don't mind, like how you think that this in general can apply to like other forms of creative expression and not just music, beyond like what we've chatted about here, and like if you can like see any parallels or any like points that you would like to bring up and mention outside. As much as I like, absolutely, music is a great example of this, and I again like this stream was inspired by your paper. I would like to like hear your thoughts on like what I'm trying to do here, and if you have any like opinions to weigh in on.
I mean, music is the thing that I know. So, I'm if I go out on a limb, about anything else, I'm probably just going to be wrong or weird. But sure, why not do that? This is a stream. That's what these are for. So, my the bit of advice that I will have is, again, and I said this earlier, but when you're trying to classify a genre, always know, are you classifying something intrinsic to the piece or something extrinsic to the piece?
Mm-hmm.
Are you considering something to be science fiction because it is set in the future? Or are you contributing, are you considering something to be science fiction because well, I mean, sort of as Star Trek does, it hand waves a lot of conveniences with science so that it can ask ultimately moral and ethical questions.
Mm-hmm.
Usually about the year in which that particular episode happened to be written. Generally. Are you hand waving a bunch of things technologically in order to examine the time period the reader is in? Like, is that what you're using to tie together science fiction, or are you deciding that everything that has power armor in it is science fiction? Are you looking at something intrinsic, or are you looking at something extrinsic to the work itself? And my favorite example of this in publishing is, what the hell makes something young adult literature?
We had a whole discussion about that.
Because in my view, and again, I'm in my view, the concept of young adult literature is something that is imposed by a publisher.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have a whole lot to do intrinsically with what that book is about.
Yep.
It might have something to do with the reading level of the book, maybe, like potentially.
Yep.
but it's really something that's imposed by the publisher to try and convince the parents of young adults to buy those books.
Yeah.
And that's the genre that is the sort of chapters level, the bookstore level genre that jumps to my head, as to what is young adult and what is not young adult, because you can have any number of different different stories and settings and ideas, and just market it towards people under the age of 21 and call it young adult fiction.
Yeah.
And similarly, if you walk into a bookstore, what separates literature from fiction is another really good question. That's just a publisher or a marketing team being like, sophisticated people want to walk down this aisle, and people that want entertainment want to walk down this aisle.
Yes, it's
even
true.
though you might actually find the same books in both, different covers maybe, but same books in both aisles.
Yeah.
So again, when you're looking at how are we classifying these things, you have to always ask, are we classifying this because it is similar to another thing in some way, shape, or form? Or are we classifying it based similar to another thing based on some sort of intrinsic quality? Or are we classifying it based on some sort of imposed extrinsic thing?
Yeah.
Something that has really nothing to do with the actual work itself. And when those interact, you get the mess that is, Chapters Indigo cataloging system.
I believe that Chapters in Indigo are Canadian specifically. So our American audiences might, Coles.
Barnes and Noble, whatever the purple thing is branded down south.
Yep. Now, getting more into the intrinsic values, something that I was mentioning earlier was like the idea that if you presented someone with a book that was set in a fantastical setting and it had like dragons and like unicorns and like wizards, and then at the very end, like within the last chapter, last 10 pages, you reveal it was all a simulation, does that make the story or the book sci-fi? My personal opinion, it isn't, but I'm curious to what you think.
So I like the idea of sci-fi being a rather narrow concept.
Me too.
I think in order for something to be science fiction, you have to be asking moral, ethical, and character questions about the time period in which the thing was written or produced, and you are using imaginary future technology to as a vehicle to ask those questions and and to sort of strip away anything that isn't the human that you are examining.
I think that like the first, if you would classify it as like sci-fi, it's like a Watsonian sort of definition of sci-fi. It's like, yeah, technically in universe it's all fake and pretend, but like from a Doyleist perspective, I think you'd say that it is fantasy,
Yeah. Yes, and particularly if I owned a bookstore and was trying to sell this to someone, I would sell it as fantasy and smirk at them as they bought it and say there's a twist.
Yes, like there's like a little subversion there at the end, a little deconstruction at the end, but definitely a fantasy. Or
if you are ultimately, if you are attempting to put something in a high fantasy setting, regardless of how you get to the high fantasy setting, you're in a high fantasy setting.
Yeah.
Now that being said, will the sequel to that book be high fantasy? Probably not, because they know it's a simulation.
Yeah, and also I don't think a sequel to that book would be particular. I don't want to read the sequel to that book. Like that's a self-contained story, I think.
You say that, and then there's a publishing deal. So
yeah, I know. You'd have like a Westworld situation, I think, but let's not go into that Because Westworld's like a whole can of worms. Um, you also have. No, I'm just thinking about how Westworld pisses me off. Um, then you have something such as Dot Hack. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but it's an anime, and it's a story about how somebody gets trapped in a video game world, and it's a high fantasy. It's like that. It's like the stereotypical MMO that you assume is going to exist someday. It's like RuneScape, but like VR sort of. Very like D&D inspired setting. You don't really deal a lot with the, like, you do have like gameplay, like video game mechanics that are diegetic because they're all like, yeah, this is a video game. So there's like leveling up, there's dying and then being rejuvenated somewhere else in the world, that sort of thing. But it is couched in like this fantastical world. I would like compare it to also like it has elements of other anime such as Lane, like Serial Experiments Lane, and I'm tripping over the, is it Paprika or Perfect Blue? I don't know. There's like a bunch of kind of interesting ways that that falls into genre, but I would primarily call it fantasy, maybe even portal fantasy, before I called it sci-fi, I think. If that makes sense.
Of all the things that you've listed, the only one I've watched is Paprika. And Paprika, in my mind, because it is mostly asking human questions and using ultimately weird dream technology to do that.
It is, no, Paprika is a sci-fi. I would agree.
Yeah. In my mind, that is as sci-fi as any Star Trek episode. By which I mean it's a wagon train to the stars, and don't tell anyone that.
Yeah, it's definitely like a frontier. It's like a frontier story.
Yeah.
Ooh, somebody sent
also
me something.
beautifully animated. If anyone hasn't watched it, it's gorgeous. So watch it.
I don't have a TikTok. I'm sorry. I can't watch the TikTok that somebody sent me. I refuse to get a TikTok. I apologize. Anyway, yeah, I think that just about covers all of the questions that I had for you and what I wanted to talk about to you about in particular. Was there anything else that you would like to say?
I can't think of anything. Although the way my brain works, someone will say something and I'll think, oh yeah, that. But I think we've pretty much explored, like, at least we've explored sort of the depth of my knowledge on this.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's a decent springboard for anyone else who might want to, jump in and say something.
I will. So, what? Okay, apparently it can be opened in my browser. I'm not really set up to look at TikToks and stuff right now. I don't have the layers up. I was mostly intending for this to be a talky one. I will read it later, put it in the memes channel. Now, what else was I going to say? Yes, my other question, this is more to do with your work than anything, is your paper published? Or are you planning on publishing your paper for it to be read by other people?
I mean, that particular paper is nowhere near good enough to be published in its current state. However, if anyone wants to read, the mad ramblings of someone trying to get something done before a deadline, ask and I'll send it to you. It is, however, an idea that I would like to revisit at some time in the future with more time and more effort.
And not fueled by spite?
and not fueled by as much spite. I still think that spite is a perfectly valid motivator for any sort of post-secondary education. You can absolutely get a degree through spite, and that's it's on the spectrum of healthy, somewhere. And the but in the future, it's an idea about specifically how we go about classifying things, and specifically the history of how we classify things, trying to find evidence of where specific pieces have changed and jumped and flipped, and did a change in the economic production of a particular piece of music or reproduction of a piece of music. Did that affect how people were thinking about its intrinsic qualities, even if the intrinsic qualities didn't actually change? That's something I did not have any time to address in the paper that I wrote, but it's sort of a follow-up question that I would love to address in a very long thesis that I'm sure no one would like to read, but I would enjoy writing it. So.
Well, the one person
and in academia, that's the point.
the one person that I did kind of show this, he only had time to skim it because he was just coming off of his own stream and he was a guest on here. He liked the paper, so, and he's he has an academia background, so just so you know that he thought what you had to say was interesting. Just so you know.
Well, even the I mean that paper did at least get an A, so from the person who it was written to spite, so
I love it. That's always rewarding. All right. Well,
yeah,
unless you...
in the future, I'm happy to. In the future, I'd love to look into that question again. But yeah, right now that's now that's just the mad ramblings of a student, unfortunately.
Awesome. All right. Well, unless you have anything to plug or suggest, that's I think probably move on to my last caller for the night.
Sure thing. I wish I had stuff to plug, but I don't. Watch Paprika, I guess, because I don't have a stream of my own or any sort of social media to plug. So watch Paprika, enjoy it. It's good.
Sparrow would like you to. They're in the chat of this. They would like you to send them the paper.
Okay.
Or if you want me to, I can do that. Whatever you prefer.
Probably easier for you two than me, but
okay.
If
Jordan doesn't
anyone
use
asks
Discord.
to read that paper, just send it to them. But know that it is the mad ramblings of an incoherent mind.
Okay. Jordan doesn't use Discord very much, as evidenced by the fact that he doesn't have an icon. So I dragged him here kicking and screaming.
By my teeth.
Yes, exactly. All right, thank you so much,
Jordan.
Thank
you so much for having me. I'll let you get to your last caller.
All right, you have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Alrighty. I don't think we have any new comments right now. I will watch a TikTok. I did pull it up. Just wasn't super. Here we go. We're gonna watch a TikTok that our good friend sent. Oh, why is it playing? Stop. Unmute. Let's watch it.
Last week, I went to the Museum of Modern Arts, and I was very confused. But I took some photos and called my good friend and former lover, who is an art critic. Please welcome Ute Schwanzauger, the director for the Dusseldorf Museum of Very Unsettling Art. Guten Tag! Thank you so much for having me! What are the current Kunstschaus in Dusseldorf? Well, we have a toucan in a cage, but he's covered forever, so he thinks the sun has exploded. What do you love about modern art? I love it because it's a scam! Well, misunderstood. I don't think you mean it's a scam. You say potato, I say scam. Fair enough. Here are some actual pictures, and we'll discuss them. Yeah, let's get into the Kunstwerks. Up first, of course, we have Shirt. I thought maybe it was a stunning commentary on Americana, simplicity, and our turn towards sweatshops. I think a steamy pile of shit just fell out of your mouth, because that's a shirt. It's from Hanes! It's literally from Hanes. It says that on the wall. Okay, if I may direct your attention to belt.
Sean, I beg of you, please explain the symbolism of belt.
Like a balance of necessity, but also its capability for cruelty.
Well, actually, you are correct. And it's a belt, asshole! It's Land's End. It's buy one, get one 50% off from Kohl's. Up next, very controversial, we have cones.
Okay, to be honest, I couldn't think of anything for cones, but I did hate them.
Because they are cones! Pointy, visit head cones!
All I could think of was tripping and them killing me, and I hated it. One I found really infuriating was pillow under ropes.
Oh, please, Sean, make my day. Tell me what you think this means.
Perhaps a paradox of how even when we're asleep, we are not free.
Is that your final answer?
Is it just a pillow under ropes?
It's a pillow under ropes. A big scam, yes. Deep in your heart, you know these things to be true.
This one is called Garbage Poles with Flag and Cane.
Now, I'm not getting fooled this time. Is it just random shit you'd find outside of TJ Maxx?
Okay, be respectful. This one is a scathing condemnation of how barbaric we are to our most vulnerable.
Okay, wow. I mean, that actually makes a lot of sense.
And I'm just kidding. That was my impression of you.
When I saw this one, I was frightened, and I thought it was about communism.
Oh, nine. This one is called Scary Fingernails.
Is this one about man conquering the elements?
No, this is from a Red Lobster that closed.
The futility of man?
Bum bum ba bum. Just a wheel on a stool, asshole. Here's everyone's favorite box. Here's Little Lamp, Jenga, Shitty Model Town, of course Big Lamp. This one is called Gadzooks. There's Blue, Big Red, More Cock Please is the title of this one. Vagina, Balls and Vagina, Stone Vagina. Surprisingly, these are also vaginas. And my favorite, the Room of Cubes. Everything I've just shown you is in fact a vagina.
What about Starry Night? Because that is also there.
You mean Swirls? A sky of vaginas. Did you like Bitch on a Couch in the Jungle?
Also known as The Dream by Henri Rousseau. I actually really like that one.
I like that one too because look at the tigers. They're like, hey, how did that bitch get a couch all the way out here? Don't forget to check out Belt.
Okay, well thank you so much for your time.
Ah, thank you. This was a good laugh. Join us next week when we dive into Claude Monet.
That was my Rick Steves impression.
Ah, Flowers by Blind Gay, yes. Do you know what those really are?
Are they also vaginas?
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, I didn't like this video. And I will say that I hate TikTok with all my heart. This is what we call
Last week, I went to the
okay, shut up, man. This is what we call engaging with media uncritically. Because a lot of modern art that is like, hold on. And it's this specifically like postmodern stuff. So I don't know if anybody recognizes this, but it was like, it was the bane of certain like anti-postmodernists' views on art. This piece makes a lot of people mad. The thing is that there's like a lot of people in the world, I think, that they engage with certain works, they engage with certain pieces of work, and they're like, but this is stupid. Why are you calling this, like, why are you calling this art? And it's like, congratulations, you've discovered the point of the piece. The point of this piece is to be like, what even is art at this point? As long as you put something in a museum and it has behind it a prestigious artist, it's considered art at this point. That was the message of the piece, and that's the message of a lot of these pieces. Or it can be like just putting together odd materials in visually interesting ways. And like sometimes the question is, why do we assume that paint and clay and marble can be a medium, but scrap metal can't be? You know, we still talk about the banana. Often these pieces, it isn't just what it looks like. It's like who's doing it, the context they're doing it in, and like why we assign prestige to that person. So that's something that always has kind of bothered me about people that get all uppity about like, oh, well, how is this even art? It's just like shit on a paper. It's just a big canvas of red. As somebody that has gone to art museums and has stood next to modern art pieces, I gotta say, standing next to a huge canvas that's painted completely blue or completely red is an interesting feeling. It's this huge, big thing that is so imposing. And there's not really a lot going on with it. Like, it's just like, this is just a big canvas of red. Why do I feel intimidated by it? And it's kind of interesting that I'm having that reaction to what is ultimately nothing. You know? Blue Poles is just paint splatters on a big canvas. It also absolutely fucking slaps. Yeah. I mean, like, I kind of criticize experimental music of, like, I don't want to actually sit down and listen to, like, somebody scraping a metal file up a violin. I listened to that in the context of, like, I went to a music recital by a world famous like violinist, and that's what she was doing, and I was like, I hate this actually. But now in the context of a horror film, I love those horror movies, and I think the soundtrack is really interesting, and I think that that sound is perfect for that. And it's like context and what that music piece is doing, or what this art piece is doing, or what this creative work is doing, is just as important as like what is, and sometimes even more important than what's on the actual, than what's actually being presented. It's the method and context in which it's being presented as well. I just like a red square. It looks nice and makes me want to save my progress. Yeah, there's something very satisfying about looking at like, oh, here's like 3 canvases all painted the same color, neatly put next to each other. The thing about the big red canvas is the technique behind it. There are no noticeable brushstrokes, splatter, or differences in dyeing the piece. Yeah. Like, it doesn't have to have this deep intrinsic meaning. Sometimes it's like, hey, isn't this neat? Or, hey, isn't this like a very like impressive expression of someone's skills? Or like, hey, doesn't this look kind of cool? Why do we think that this hunk of metal doesn't look pretty, but we think that these brush strokes do, or this rock does? Sometimes art is asking a very simple, shallow question, and you're meant to engage with it in a very simple way, and what we may think of as shallow. But yeah, I think that the vid was more about making fun of this people dismissive of modern art, hence the character being an exaggeration. Maybe it's the autism, but I think they were making fun of modern art in general. But maybe I'm getting that wrong. I don't like people like that. There's too many people that are actually like that. That it doesn't feel like an exaggeration is the problem. All right. Last caller for the night. Hello, hello, hello.
I was I I didn't think I would make it because you said you had a queue.
Yeah, I have a priority queue for patrons, and I forgot about it until I had already brought on people. I'm trying to be a little bit better about fulfilling patron promises. But anyway, hello. Can you introduce yourself and tell us what you would like to talk about?
Yes, hello. So I have come here because we are discussing about genre. And I saw in the genre tree that you had on the screen.
I'll bring it back.
Yes, please do. I love seeing this map that you got going on here. Hello, hello YouTube chat. Hello, hello, hello. What's up? Hello, what's up? um but yes, I was surprised that someone added sword and sandal onto it, because I do wanted to add briefly before I talk about what I want to talk about,
That
is
was
that
me.
sword and sandal, it is a subgenre of historical fantasy. um and I wanted to kind of dive a little deeper about historical fantasy. And perhaps, for centuries now, humans have um, tried to explore and play with different ideas of, like, hey, like, what ifs of particular uh, times and regions of the world. Um, so I thought, like, hey, historical fantasy could be like below fantasy.
Yep,
Um,
putting it there right now, my friend.
Gotcha.
I'm putting it between sword and sandal and fantasy.
Gotcha. I could talk about historical fantasy as a whole, but I feel I could also use like wuxia as like a subgenre of historical fantasy to kind of try to understand what kind of human narratives have been in these wuxia stories, and even contemporary wuxia stories.
Can you
Um,
explain what wuxia stories are?
yeah, of course. Wuxia. Um, Wuxia is defined as like a subgenre of like quasi historical fantasy. And in a lot of literature, television, and cinema of the wuxia genre, um, it has a lot of like martial arts, a moral or like a ethic code to it. Um, and I'm pretty sure there's more than enough like foreigners in the world where, like, they may accidentally, but not knowingly, partake in a little bit of like exoticism and orientalism, and some kind of social objectification, because they have such like this very doe-eyed view of a particular culture through this kind of writing. Um, Now I love historical fantasy a lot. Um, the video game series Assassin's Creed has unlocked my history autism brain in middle school. Um, and I have not been the same since. Um, but I still consumed it responsibly, if that's the right word. I consumed all these video games responsibly, and I still consumed it critically. I didn't look at all of these different worlds and time periods that, like, I wasn't even taught at school. Um but, like, I didn't fall for this doe-eyed look on a particular culture or even a time period, from like a very cultivated lens per se.
Mm-hmm.
Um and here's the thing. In regards to like historical fantasy, and people trying to explore a lot of very human ideas, feelings, fears, and anxieties by putting the setting into in like a earlier time period or even entirely different culture. I think that's I think that's really fun. I think it especially does a good job of broadening horizons for people of what kind of cultures like to like believe in, or at least believed in the time. What kind of living conditions and customs. Just learning about cultures is fun.
Now, can you do me a favor and tell me how to spell wushai? That's
Oh
how
yeah,
you pronounce it, right?
yeah,
Okay.
wuxia. WUXIA.
Awesome. Now, am I interrupting you if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Um,
I will try to make like the very idea of wuxia and the things that I want to say like as simplified and like practical as I can for audiences at home. Um because here's the thing. I'm very sure that there's lots of people who already consume like wuxia media, because this kind of storytelling is also very prominent with like contemporary anime manga,
yeah.
especially if it has lots of stuff like action, martial arts, fighting, right? It's a very common wuxia uh story is like, okay, the protagonist, um he knows nothing of the world, but he wants to quote like get good. He wants to be level 9,000, and
I
he starts
mean,
his journey he starts
there's a
his journey by learning or taking a apprenticeship under like a master, and at least with like Chinese wuxia media, it's often their shifu.
Now, there are a couple examples. That's what I actually wanted to ask about. Is there
Sure.
are actually a couple of examples of this that you mentioned, like Orientalism and like maybe exotification and such. And two things that I can think of in particular related to this that are like kind of trying to emulate that genre. Avatar, The Last Airbender, and Legend of Korra, and
Mhm.
Kung Fu Panda. I think literally like his name is Shifu in Kung Fu Panda, is
Yeah.
it not? So
Yeah,
like that's
it's just
clearly
like
riffing off that genre, and like I'm curious what your thoughts are about that, and about how like the West tends to kind of like, I don't know if you want to call it appropriation. I'll leave that up to you. I'm not Asian. I can't make that decision.
sure.
And I know that you're Korean and not Chinese, but like I feel like you have a more accurate perspective than I do. But like I'm curious what your thoughts are on that sort of thing.
Right. Very, very good question, because you and I are on the same wavelength, because
Mm-hmm.
I also wanted to bring up Kung Fu Panda and Avatar as two contemporary examples of
Perfect.
this kind of storytelling. But this is absolutely not me saying those of two properties are like a white person's understanding of Asian culture and Asian ideas. Um, and like I'm not here to say if anyone who's not Asian who consumes these things and unironically enjoys them are like appropriating, or they're guilty of exoticism. No, like that's really not what I'm saying. If anything, I really like those two properties myself. Um and here's the thing. Um Stories like Kung Fu Panda, Karate Kid, Avatar: The Last Airbender. If you look at the people who created these properties, they're all white. Um, all of these contemporary series, and these films, they are a white person's cultivated understanding of like Asian culture, but like particularly Chinese culture. Um, but these properties are really well received. Um, you know like I'm pretty sure there were people who were critical of Disney's Aladdin, but like where was the same outrage for like Avatar? Where was the same outrage for Kung Fu Panda, where like a lot of the Chinese iconography, the architecture, even the spiritual iconography, it's very stereotypical.
Yeah,
It's
Mulan's
completely
another example too, I think.
right. It's so different and completely unlike the Chinese nor the Asian experience. But why is it that a lot of people welcome and they fondly love these stories, right? Um, Especially with wuxia being a part of these stories. Um, I do want to talk about how some human like kind of spiritual beliefs, but they're based on just like human experiences and our understanding of struggle, happiness and growth and the
Mhm.
human mind. Um, why we may also introduce these ideas like through like fantasy writing that is like wuxia, or even historical fantasies even.
Mhm.
Um, but here's what's great about stories like Kung Fu Panda, or even like let's say, um, Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? Let's look at um two like secondary characters, but despite having so little screen time, like we still fondly remember their quotes and like the kind of people that they are and why they stick with us. In Kung Fu Panda, it was Master Oogway. It was Master Oogway. Um, his whole quote about trying to teach Po to accept himself and to try to use that to overcome adversity. Oogway's quote being like, yesterday was hold on, I am googling this. I love Oogway so much. I like that little turtle guy. Okay, here it is. So, Randall Du Kim, who plays Oogway in the first 2008 film, he says, "Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why it's called the present." Or like there are no accidents. It does give very much like Bob Ross, and like lots of people really love Bob Ross. Similarly, people feel almost the exact same way with Uncle Iroh from Avatar. Um,
He's beloved so much.
yes, yes, and the crazy thing is, like, what's so great about it, surprisingly, is that like again, it's still the product of a white person's vision. Uncle Iroh is technically kind of a stereotype of like that really wise, like emotionally zen Asian man.
Mhm.
um but like, we still love this kind of depiction though. I'm not here to say that like we should be critical of these things, not really. But I want to say that like the reason why that a lot of people feel very emotionally comfortable and safe around characters like Oogway and Iroh is because through wuxia, through wuxia, it also introduces a lot of like Buddhism and Taoist concepts. And if you've ever been to therapy or you studied like the history of mental and clinical health, like what like what inspirations were taken when
Oh
DBT and
yeah.
CBT
Yeah.
were developed.
Mindfulness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Very
yeah,
much
it was
comes from that.
yeah, it was definitely Buddhist mindfulness. And within my own search for self-identity and happiness, including like political happiness, yes, I look towards Buddhism and Taoism a lot. Confucianism though, no. I do not believe in Confucius rights, no. um but that is to say, um these are still like this idea of mindfulness, balance, and trying to find some middle ground or the middle way. It is a distinctly Buddhist slash Taoist concept, and this kind of thing is so prevalent in animated wuxia storytelling. Um, so yeah, I don't know. it's like, yes, these stories are white as it gets. Sure, there is some, there is some Asian exoticism behind all this, sure, but I've also seen another great YouTube essay of a Chinese person exploring this same thing that I'm talking about.
Is it Zirin Zhao? I think I'm pronouncing their name right. Because they talk a lot about that kind of stuff. Like, that's like their whole bread and butter.
Remind me of who this person was?
I
I may or may not have heard of them.
Maybe it's not the person you're talking about, but like I think if I show you a picture of them.
Reveal.
Hold on. I'm having a hard time. Hold on. I'll find it.
It's okay. Take your time.
Okay. I was spelling it with an E and it's spelt. It is spelt with an A. They did one of the videos that they did was, for example, everything culturally right and wrong with Mulan. If I show you a picture, I'm going to send a picture in the chat. And if it's this person, you'll probably recognize her. I know that she's like kind of controversial in some circles. It's this person. Not a fan.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
I'm really not.
Okay.
I'm really not, because I also read her book.
I did not read the book.
I have, and I have lots of issues with her, and a lot of the things that she does explain about like ancient China. Granted, I'm not Chinese, but also I am deeply like informed kind of on like some academic level about like the trifecta that is Japan, China, and Korea, and how they exchanged ideas, and yet like how they kind of went to combat all together at the same time, especially with the instability of dynasties. But that's a whole completely different rabbit hole. But anywho, I am familiar with her work. Really don't like her stuff though. It's
by the way.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Bet. Cool. Apparently I was behind on the Shiran lore. My bad. But
that's been a thing for a long time, but yeah, people tend to ignore that part. Same with like people like Renbots tend to her Renbot when that's a they them person. I find that I notice that a lot of like non-binary Asian people, like non-binary people, just get she-heard by default.
Yeah.
Renbot is Filipino, and I know that some people consider that group of people Asian and some people don't, but I don't know, it's an interesting pattern that I've noticed that I'm not a big fan of, but that's like neither here nor there. Yeah, I apologize. I'm not super,
No,
I
okay.
am a little bit like ignorant about like certain views on historical Asian culture, and I think that this is one of the few people that has kind of blown up that talks about that kind of thing on Western YouTube. So like, forgive my ignorance.
Okay. Just because like I don't think this is the fault of the general public, let's say. I just think there's not a lot of Asian people participating in essays and filmmaking. And that is a completely different like problem within our own communities. Especially through Confucianism, a lot of families will encourage their children to be doctors and lawyers. But if you want to become a musician, if you want to be a director, yeah, brings a lot of fucking shame. There is a lot of complications that come, and in hindsight, all of this sounds really petty. But the human consequences and families breaking apart, there is much more harm that comes about this kind of thing. So I think this is both this weird push and pull of like there is not a lot of Asian creators out there, and the general
Yeah.
public doesn't really know who or where to seek for these kind of stories. And yet, like equally, we're kind of like this snake eating itself.
Yeah, I feel like
In regards to like creation and production.
that maybe like the people that are able to speak about these kind of things, the ones that are most able to do that are people that are already seen as a bit transgressive to those societies and might be like separating themselves to a degree already, and therefore might not be as in touch as like the average Asian person's experience. So that might be why that kind of thing tends to happen. I wonder. Speculating, I suppose, but it's kind of like in my own like I speaking for myself, like a lot of people, like a lot of media about indigenous people, about like native North Americans that gets put out there, the people making art that will get mass appeal tend to be a little bit out of touch with the average like native person, so I wonder if it's like a similar thing going on.
Right. That, and there is always a discussion of like how well is the author well connected to their culture if they are going to be using their own culture for storytelling. Obviously, I have a lot to say about Shiran Jeijiao. From the very first time I came across their content, like 4 or 5 years ago, I really hate to say this, but I've seen enough of this like in school. I've seen enough of this in conventions and like in real life settings. Shiran Jeijiao comes off as someone who's culturally very insecure. And the thing is, they and I, like, we're both immigrants. We're both Asian immigrants. Granted, they're in Canada and I immigrated to the US. But I think what's different between Shiran and I is that Shiran, they have their whole brand as being Asian and trying to be this broad, empowering authority on their culture. That I think the things that they say, they're not entirely wrong, but they're not exactly true either. And I saw a lot of these historical and cultural inconsistencies in their book. And I just thankfully I sold the book secondhand once I finished it. But there were just as much historical and societal inaccuracies in this book that I'm just like, oh yeah, unfortunately Shiran strikes me as someone who's not actually connected to their culture. But that's for another conversation.
That's a common criticism I've heard, and it's like when it comes to genre fiction, kind of like using that as a jumping off point to get back into like what you were talking about. If you're going to like take certain cultural influences and make it fit into other spaces, I feel like there's kind of like how do I put this? A bargain that you have to make and compromises you have to make as well. Which, is a interesting conversation to have. And I don't know if that's where you're going with this, but
sure. But yeah, like a lot of these historical fantasy pieces, for hundreds of years, people and humans from all over the world, we've just had this genuine fascination to explore all of these different cultures and even implementing some mythology into these kind of narratives. And I'm pretty sure there's some people who may have genuine like political anxiety of like, hey, if I'm consuming this piece that is technically stereotypical and I like consuming it unironically. Like, am I a bigot? Like, am I perpetuating the objectification of like Japanese people with like the samurai and like the geisha? Like, am I objectifying Americans because I'm really obsessed with like cowboys?
Mm-hmm.
All these kinds of stories, and just because of the historical setting that they take place in. I just think that that it's especially important to understand that like there is good human value in historical fantasy, and especially like wuxia stories. Like, hey, if it makes the chat feel better, I actually love the shitty 90s movies, Rush Hour with Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan. Like, I unironically love those movies. As like kind of, well, a little poorly aged as they are, I've also seen a very good essay on Rush Hour, spoken spoken by like a African American voice and a Chinese voice, about like, yes, Rush Hour was problematic, it was racist, however, and the way that they really explore African American and like Asian solidarity in the US, especially during a time where racial tensions were really terrible, especially the incident that was the 1992 Los Angeles riots,
Mm-hmm.
and the failure of the U.S. justice system and the police at the time. So when that movie came out, yeah, surprisingly, it strengthened racial relationships, and it was something as goofy as Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker, throwing roasts at each other. I think and that movie was also considered like a super American white movie because the producers were white, screenwriters were white. I think there is still value to be seen in these kinds of historical fantasy stories. I just think, how do I say this? I just think that like we need to still be critically consuming, not by like, as you mentioned, Krim, not by like constantly pointing out errors within the text, but still understanding that like that there is an element to fantasy and creative liberties in regards of these pieces. I'm pretty sure a naive reader at home may look at anime, or like Bruce Lee movies for a long time. Like, they're binging it and they kind of get this naive idea that the culture is gonna be like that. Or like the dominant spiritual beliefs of that society is just like that. Not really, because you still have to understand that like as great as these pieces are, they're still often written by one person. You are you will be digesting or consuming just one view of someone, and how they understand that culture too.
I mean, like, obviously, like, anime is influenced by Japanese culture, but, like, I would say that, like, you would learn about as much from Japanese culture watching an anime as you would American culture watching, like, Steven Universe or the Powerpuff Girls or My Little Pony.
Yeah.
You know?
Because like I see something very similar within like Korean and Japanese spaces. Like whenever I would vacation back over to my motherland, and my cousins would actually like ask me like, hey, like what's the newest hottest like animated thing that you guys are watching over there? And I do bring up Steven Universe, I do bring up South Park, Simpsons, Scavenger's Reign, and obviously if you've been on the internet long enough, you guys have heard about this discourse on whether or not Japanese people prefer to watch US or Canadian cartoons in dub or sub.
Yeah, I actually I can't remember who shared it, but it was somebody on this server shared with me a screenshot of Japanese people on a forum arguing about like, you're not a real otaku, you only watch South Park, you don't watch any other
You
American
watch
cartoons.
you only watch Powerpuff Girls. Opinion discarded.
Like, it's like we are having the same, time is a flat circle and people are the same everywhere. and I kind of like, I as bitter as they were being, I kind of found comfort in that little exchange.
Right. There's like petty, otaku like elitism slap fights everywhere. So yeah, like I kind of see this too, where unfortunately, like, I see my cousins or like even my father like watching Hollywood movies, a lot of 70s movies where unfortunately like a lot of the main characters or the entire cast was white. Um but then like my loved ones, they come visit the US for the first time and they're like, why is there no white people? Why are there African Americans? Why are people like why do people have dark skin? This isn't the America I thought was, and then yeah, and like as tone deaf as these statements are, like I have to press that like people from all around the world, they still blindly and not critically engage with these medias of where the culture is not like native to their own. Like they will start to have these naive ideas about and another culture because of such a cultivated a very specific vision of, like, let's say American culture, Asian culture, Pacific Islander culture, Latino, what may have you. um and this is obviously now, I guess, what's next for us as a collective society. We could ask, like, hey, sure, we can understand what kind of functions do these stories serve, but like what else can we do for tomorrow, right? For tomorrow's storytelling. And how do we tiptoe around it? How do we tiptoe from like being something that is historical fantasy, having fun, like genuine fun with both fantasy and history? And how do we not accidentally step into like Orientalism, colonialism through fantasy, or even blindly consuming the opposite end of the extreme, that is nationalism in writing? Because I've also seen some wuxia movies that are just a little too nationalistic. And as much as I may understand how painful colonialism is, and why some cultures, including mine, may have developed nationalism, because they want to guard themselves against foreign invaders who have done a lot of historical harm, genocide, massacres, what may have you. But even as a fellow Korean, I don't like it when I see another Koreans pulling this "Make Korea Great Again" and buying President Yoon's stuff because of what Donald Trump has been doing, because of what America has been doing. I don't like that either. I like tomorrow to be where all of us just get to have fun. We kick back, we share cake, and we can celebrate and welcome us, as we are, and not also weaponize pain to promote kind of extremist ideas and using genre for it.
Now, I have a very specific question for you related to all of this and related to Orientalism and Wuxia and all of this. And it's, have you heard about the new Karate Kid movie coming out in 2025?
Yes.
Now, for those that don't
Legends,
know,
right?
Yeah, it's the main character is actually someone that was uprooted from Beijing and forced to move to New York City. So it centers around like a Chinese person. And it brings back the original Karate Kid as well as Jackie Chan as his mentors. Now, what do you think about this? And not, it's kind of like context as like Jackie Chan is like a very famous like Chinese actor that made it big in the States because, and he's very well respected
in the whole world.
in the whole world. But yeah, but like we, to the point that like he's not just famous in China, he's famous in America and everywhere because of his talent, and like he's kind of almost seen as an ambassador, I would say, to a lot of people because of how well known he is. And I kind of would like to talk to you about like that blending of the new and the old, and like trying to perhaps trying to have like I don't know if I would call it reclamation or what about this, but like because there are themes about family and history and everything in this movie, and I'm curious what you think about it, and in the context of our discussion.
So I just like this is just so hard for me because like I was a wee lad. I was a baby, and I also really liked watching Jackie Chan movies. But then once I got a little older, and you know, when I saw that like despite being a guy who was originally based in like British Hong Kong, I could be wrong on this because it's been like I want to say 7 years, 8 years since this came out, but unfortunately Jackie Chan, he like politically, unfortunately he identifies as a Chinese nationalist.
Yeah.
And that's where my feelings as a fellow Asian person, like wow, like seeing an Asian person on TV, and he's not the butt of the joke, he's not a secondary character, he's not like a token character, like this guy looks like me, he looks like my dad, like he, you know, he's not being depicted as like shady, two-faced, or he's just humanized as a guy. And seeing him in my favorite childhood movies and voicing all of these characters that I like, you know, I really liked this guy. I liked what he was doing, and through these wuxia stories, what and the progress that he was doing to try to improve the international sentiments and relationships on Asian people. It's just, it gets hard. It's hard when I consider like the kind of stuff that he does for the CCP, and his own views on Hong Kong politics. This is, yeah, like again, like this is hard because he was actually pro-democratic. It's just a little later and not long ago, yeah, like then he started changing into being pro-Beijing. It's hard. I don't think Jackie Chan is a bad guy, perhaps, because again, there's many sides to a person, but
yeah, there is many sides to a person, and I will say that Jackie Chan's white contemporaries are given the grace of being imperfect people and being like of their time, and like, oh, he's older, so like you kind of got to let him have it, like he's, you know, he's so well respected. Like so many of his white contemporaries are much worse people than he is, I think. And they're given a lot more grace, I think, by even in progressive circles. And I think we can both say that, you know, he's an imperfect man, but Chinese men are allowed to be imperfect men just like white men are. And I think that we don't really let people be that when we consider them ambassadors of a minority. And by minority, I mean in the Western sense, because obviously, in China, he is not a minority, so to speak.
Right, because technically he's from Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's not a minority there, but we can do kind of in the West view him as this representative of Asian culture, and like it's like, oh, this is so disappointing. Like, yeah, but like there's a lot of there's a lot of men his age that have done some very disappointing things.
Right,
And,
that's why I say like, yeah, this is so complicated.
I think like people like this, he's a celebrity, and that becomes bigger than one person, I think. So I'll be interested to see this movie. But I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on it too when it comes out. And like outside of this one man, what are your thoughts on the movie in general?
On the movie itself and like all these kinds of martial arts films.
Yeah, and like what it's trying to do to the Karate Kid genre, and like what's your
wuxia,
feeling?
right?
Yeah.
Right, because again, like wuxia is especially about like martial arts storytelling, and we've seen this for like very very long time, almost all the time, and especially for the anime, like fans at home, Dragon Ball Z. I could definitely argue it is a wuxia story.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because it's like, hey, with a lot of these shonen anime, a lot of the narratives seems to be like, just punch your problems away.
Yep.
You'll have problem, just punch them. Yep. World will be saved by just punching away your problems. But also, growing up as a child, I've gotten a lot of children in my classes at the time, including my teachers too, about like a lot of foreigners. This is not a white exclusive thing either. Like I've seen plenty of like African Americans being genuinely like curious about martial arts and what it's about. And if there's anything abstract about it, and why we see it in stories all the time. Why do we see it in a lot of these cultural and historical fantasies, especially? Why is it this thing and not like tea ceremonies?
Yeah, I think that like specifically in the Karate Kid, like the original Karate Kid was Latino, was he not?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, because especially trying to get to the American market. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure a lot of people are genuinely fascinated with like traditional Asian martial arts because like like Crouching Tiger sounds fucking sick. Let's be real.
It does.
There's a lot of these really sick like badass names for like all these different styles of combat. But I think but I just think it's because wuxia storytelling in the 80s and the 90s, they kind of started dipping their toes into wuxia storytelling. But Hollywood and white writers, I don't think it's appropriation. I think they're genuinely interested in like the philosophy of martial arts. I just think because of especially because of translation error and like the lack of like societal understanding. I just think that like writers, they don't really understand the spiritual and the philosophical part of martial arts. As a child, I had to constantly explain that kung fu is not just a really fancy prettied up way to make your whole body and your fists a weapon. It's actually a way to self cultivate. A lot of kung fu, it is a martial art that focuses inward of the self and cultivating resilience. There is much more. There's much more to martial arts as a whole. Not just kung fu, but like taekwondo, hapkido, karate, Tai Chi, it's more looking inward, and I think the
Yeah.
problem of wuxia storytelling in the 90s especially, and maybe a little bit in the 2000s, but Kung Fu Panda did more than just that. That's why I like Kung Fu Panda. But I think what happened to these kinds of wuxia stories and why they focus more on just like the cool fighting cinematography and not the more sentimental part of martial arts is because, again, like it really could just be like a cultural barrier and like a genuine lack of understanding. But I wouldn't say it's like grifting kind of appropriation.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I would
I also,
love to talk about this much more extensively, but I think that's
yeah.
that's going to take way too long.
Well, thank you for coming on to talk about it. I do appreciate it. Was there anything else you kind of wanted to, like, closing thoughts you wanted to mention?
Right. And at least for what I can say about what us as society and what we can especially do about historical fantasy, or like, hey, let's say you at home, you like wuxia stories. You like the concept of like not only kicking butt, but like having this sense of moral compass to forgive, um to spread protections and hopes and love. Let's say you genuinely like these ideas, you want to explore these ideas. um I think what matters above all is not your skin color. It's not necessarily your like ethnic heritage per se. Because yes, I am one of those Asian leftists where like I do not care if an Asian story is written by a white man. I really don't care. I care about the narrative ultimately and how or what I'm supposed to take away from it. But I think what's especially important above all, and what us as storytelling enthusiasts, or let's say we are trying to aspire to be writers, to be the next voices to also utilize fantasy and genre for what kind of stories we want to say for the bigger crowd at our own societies. I think what's important above it all um, is what you're trying to it's it's what you're trying to say, and looking at the bigger picture. Obviously, there is a different discussion of like how how well you can put this off. There is such a thing as like diversity check-ins, diversity teams. Um, but you know, exploring all of these different cultures and using fantasy through that, hell yeah, live your truth. Live your truth, babes.
Well, thank you very much. All right. I'm probably gonna go ahead and wrap the stream up then. Thank you so much for calling in, Val.
Yeah, of course. If anyone else also has like further or like really specific questions about historical fantasy, because although I did use wuxia as an example, I'm also uh pretty pretty big on this kind of thing, as well as with like European historical fantasy, especially with knight chivalry.
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys are also curious about exploring historical fantasy in itself, yeah, I am available in the server as well. I love
All
talking
right.
about his historical fantasy.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Val.
Of course.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right. Thank you very much, Val. All right. We're gonna wrap up. We're gonna wrap up this stream. None of my buddies are streaming right now, so I don't have anywhere to point you guys to at the end. So I just want a reminder, don't forget to subscribe if you're not subscribed yet, and like the stream if you haven't liked the stream. And if you're watching the VOD, please leave a comment at the end. Let me know what you thought. I will be a little bit, won't be around too much, I think, this week. I probably have some holiday things. Some of it's going to be a little bit last minute. I will be here tomorrow, though, for Minecraft Monday, the last one before Christmas. So come on by. And then I imagine I'll have something on. I'll see if I can do something on Thursday. I'll let you guys know either through the community or or on my Discord. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to my patrons. They will be displayed at the end of the video. And I'll see you guys all next time. Bye-bye.